Okay, let's bring him out.
Good morning. For those who are in, please make sure your phones are silent and put away. Silent.
All rise to the jury.
All right, thank you, everybody. All right, good morning and welcome back, everyone. As I mentioned yesterday, today should be a full day where we hear first, we'll begin with openings and the state will then have the opportunity to present their evidence. Before we get started, though, I do need to inquire. I understand, was it juror number 4? I understand you had some difficulty coming in this morning. And what happened?
Traffic, it was accident on 400. It cleared up as I was getting through traffic, but literally when I was called, I was right outside, but I couldn't get to any of the parking area. They were all four sides of one of the streets.
Okay. All right. Well, I would advise you to leave a little earlier Thursday and Friday, because again, we want to make sure we can finish by Friday. And if we start late sometimes, that can jeopardize us being able to do that. All right. So to that end, as we get into openings, State, are you electing to proceed with an opening?
Yes, John.
All right. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Jeffrey Lee, and I represent the state of Georgia in the case of State v. Justin Collier. Got a bit of a delay there, but on May 30th, 2018, this defendant shot Joshua Torrance in his back in the spirit of revenge. Joshua was running full speed for his life. This defendant ran him down, pulled out his gun, took aim, shot him in the back, and walked off cool, like he was taking a stroll on the beach. That's what he did. Justin Collier was 18. He was 18 years old. That perfect age of possibilities where everything's in front of you. Where you get full control of your life. But he doesn't get to have a future because the evidence is going to show that he's dead. He was murdered by a bullet to his back by this defendant. That's Joshua Torrance. We got a bit of a delay, so it's kind of causing me to stutter a little bit, but that's what he looked like. That's him. He was 18 years old in that picture. So why did Joshua die? What was so important to this defendant that he was willing to kill Joshua over? A cell phone. A cell phone. This defendant thought that a cell phone was more important than Joshua's life. This defendant thought that his pride was more important than Joshua's life. So how do we know that Justin Collier did this? Let's start with the investigation. So you're going to hear from Calvin Clemens and Arnold Durant. They were working the grounds at the Peaks Apartments that's located at 2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive in Fulton County. It's a large complex. Go ahead and flip it for me. I'll show you what it looked like in a second when it comes up. But so this is the apartment complex. Okay. In front of that complex, there's a Wendy's and a CVS. Calvin Clemens and Arnold Durant are working here. You'll hear from Calvin. He's going to say that a elderly black male driving Uber had stopped him and said, "Hey, if you see a man and his mother come out, tell them I'm going. There's a man with the gun. I'm leaving." Okay. Calvin signals to Arnold Durant. He's working the trash compactor nearby. Okay. About some minutes later, they hear a gunshot. Okay. There happens to be an officer in the area that Calvin flags down. Go back to the previous slide. Okay. While he's doing that, Arnold is walking towards where Calvin is, and he sees Joshua Torrance in the wooded area, face down, face in the mud, unresponsive. Kyle Kleinhans, he responds as the lead detective, and he starts to interview witnesses. Flip it twice. So the information he gathered from the witnesses, you'll hear from Hannah Rebecca Jones. Her first name's Hannah, but she goes by Rebecca. Okay, she was working at the Wendy's. Okay, she's gonna tell you she saw a black male wearing a black hoodie, gray shorts, and slides, shooting a gun. She couldn't tell what he was shooting at, but she saw him shooting. He received information that the suspect possibly left in a gray key. Okay. And he received information through Joshua's sister, Tannis Williams. You'll hear from her. Joshua comes home because Joshua lives in that complex, by the way. I don't know if I said that. He lives in that complex, okay? He goes home and tells his sister he had just got a phone, okay? And he also learned that Joshua buys and sells items on OfferUp. OfferUp is an app where people can get on it and buy and sell stuff to and from other people, okay? So police arrive, crime scene technicians come out. You'll hear from Gilberto Wood. He was the crime scene technician who collected the evidence and photographed his observations. What they found was 2 cell phones next to where Joshua's body was, okay? One was a phone that Joshua had already owned. It's been his phone for a while, okay? You'll see that that phone has a crack in it, okay? And then there was the phone that he showed his sister. It was like a rose gold iPhone, okay? They found a single shell casing at the Wendy's parking lot. So there's two crime scenes. One where Joshua's body is. That's where he fell in the woods behind the apartment complex. And then there's a secondary crime scene at the Wendy's. Okay, they find 1 shell casing in the parking lot, and they also collect surveillance video from the Wendy's and the CVS. The Wendy's video, it captures the shooting. So you're gonna see the shooting on video. Now, the video is of such quality where you can't see the details of Justin Collier's face, but it strongly resembles him. And the reason it strongly resembles him is because it is him. And we're not just relying solely on the surveillance video to show you that he was there and he did this. There was other evidence. So what Detective Klein's started with, he remembered, because of he's in possession of 2 cell phones, and he got information that he likes to use OfferUp, that Joshua likes to use OfferUp. He contacts OfferUp and gets the account information for Joshua, okay? And what he finds is that Joshua was talking to Isaiah Goggins about purchasing a cell phone before the murder, the morning of the murder, okay? They discuss purchase price, $600. They discuss where to meet. Joshua give that address, 2423 Martin Luther King, and says, can we meet at the Wendy's? And you'll see all that in the records. So the client wants to know who is Isaiah Goggins, okay? So he pulls those records for the Isaiah Goggins. And what he finds is that the email associated with that account is justincollier2@aol.com. And the phone number listed on that account is 404, it's up 668-2251. I think I memorized that, but it's a phone number, okay? And so he takes that information and he runs Justin Collier through GCIC, that's the Georgia Crime Information Center. If you ever get pulled over and they ask you for your license, that we approach.
We'll perfect the record. So, yeah, we'll start recording those.
So if you ever get pulled over and the officer asks you for your driver's license and registration, he's gonna run you through that system, okay? And so he ran Justin Collier through that system and found that Justin Collier used that same 404-668-2251 number as the primary number on his driver's license application, okay? And then he starts to research his family, and he finds that his mother, Melissa Collier, owns a gray Kia registered to her with tag RIM2128. Remember, because he had information that a gray Kia had left the area after the murder, okay? So then he checks the license plate reader cameras. That's what, there are cameras all around the city of Atlanta that takes pictures of your tag when you drive by, okay? So he checks those cameras and finds that that gray Kia with that tag was in the area of the murder before and after, okay? And we'll get to the times in a second, because the times are important, and I'm gonna discuss the timeline shortly. And so, and then what he also does is obtain the cell phone records associated with that 404-668-2251. And he gets records from May 1st to June 5th. Finds out that that phone number is registered to Justin and Melissa Collier. He reviews what's called the call detail records to see who he was calling, okay? And what he finds is that Justin Collier called Joshua twice before the murder around 9:58 and 10:03, okay? And that's the only time throughout the life of those records that he's calling, okay? And when that call is placed, when you use a cell phone, the signal goes to a cell phone tower, and that's how phones communicate through each other, through cell phone towers, okay? His cell phone pinged at a cell phone tower in the area of the murder. So, next slide. With all that information, a timeline can start to be formed, okay? So, at 8:39 a.m., Joshua and the defendant, they start communicating on OfferUp about the phone. Justin selling the phone, Joshua answers, says he wants to buy it. Okay, and the thing about the OfferUp records is they're in UTC time, it's called Universal Coordinated Time. If you ever, got on a plane, okay, whether you're taking off in Atlanta or China, they all use the same time so that they can keep up with each other, okay? And the way you convert UTC time to Eastern Standard Time during the month of May is you subtract 4 hours, and that's how you get the time. So you will see on the offer records, 12:39, that's 8:39, because you got to do the time conversion, okay? So they start talking at 8:39. The two of them stopped communicating via OfferUp at 8:58 a.m. Okay. At 9:26, the license plate reader camera captures defendant traveling on Martin Luther King at Wynwood Drive, less than a mile away. At 9:33, the Wendy's surveillance camera shows the gray Kia arriving at the Wendy's. Joshua walks up to the Kia, They have a conversation for about till 9:39. During that time, you'll see Rebecca coming to work. Okay. At 9:39, Joshua runs from the building. Okay. And the view of the camera is such that you can't see why he ran. But what we know is that Joshua ended up with the phone, and Justin was upset about that and went looking for him. Did Joshua snatch the phone? Did Joshua underpay for the phone? We don't know, but some kind of way he gets the phone and he runs. Okay. Sometime between 9:39 and 10:15, when they meet back up, that's when he goes home. He lives in the apartment complex. He goes home. He shows his sister a phone he had just got. He took a shower and left. So you'll see him in a different shirt because he took a shower and he left. I can't give you the exact times of when he talked to his sister because she doesn't remember. Okay. At 9:58, the defendant is calling Joshua from that, per the phone records. He's calling Joshua at 9:58, pinging off the cell phone tower in that area. Calls him again at 10:03, pinging in that area. And then at 10:07, Joshua posts a iPhone for sale on OfferUp. He posted an iPhone 8. That's the same kind of phone that Justin was selling to Joshua. Okay. At 10:15, the surveillance video from the Wendy's will show the shooting. It'll show Joshua. There's some kind of something happened between them. They confront each other, but it's too far out of view to see exactly what's going on. But you see Joshua come in the camera view. He starts walking. The defendant starts chasing after him in that black hoodie, shorts, and slides. And Joshua takes off running. They run around the Wendy's. You will see Justin Collier point that gun, shoot, just stroll on back. Okay. At 10:17, about a minute and a half later, you see the Kia, that gray Kia with that tag. It goes the wrong way through the CVS drive-through. Okay. Now the CVS drive-through isn't timestamped, but when you look at the Wendy's video and the CVS video, you see the same stuff in the video. So that's how we know that's the time that this happened. Because you see Joshua on the CVS video running, okay, and then a minute or so after that gray Kia drives the wrong way through the CVS parking lot. When you slow that video down, you can see the tag number on the video, RIM 2128, that same vehicle that's registered to his mother. Okay. And then at 10:23, the license plate reader captures that vehicle driving down Martin Luther King again. Now, so that's the timeline from the day of the murder. But that's not all the evidence, okay? Because the day after, on May 31st, this defendant is pulled over downtown and he's selling iPhones again. The day after he shot somebody, he's doing the same thing. He's in the left lane of traffic. He's holding up traffic. There's somebody that walks up to the car, and you'll hear from Officer Gardner. He's one of the officers that was there, and he saw the one man have a wad of cash, and Joshua and Justin pass a cell phone. Okay. He's in that same gray Kia, that same tag, okay? He's wearing similar clothing. The hoodies, this time it's a gray hoodie, but the hoodies, shorts, flip-flops, that's his style. He's wearing that same thing, okay? There's a Glock firearm box in the car with no firearm in it, okay? Glock manufactured firearm. Also on that day, Dr. Karen Sullivan is performing an autopsy on Joshua Torrance, okay? She determined that his cause of death was from a gunshot wound to the back. The path of the bullet was through the upper back, the posterior rib cage, the lung, left clavicle, and the anterior rib cage. The bullet rested between the muscle of the left clavicle and the rib cage. She takes that projectile, that bullet, preserves it. Our office sends that shell casing that was found at the Wendy's and that bullet that was taken out of Joshua's body for ballistics testing. And you'll hear from Jay Jarvis. And he examined that bullet with that shell casing and determined that shell casing and bullet was fired from a Glock firearm. Okay? So, what you have, offer up records that connect to the defendant, offer up records showing the defendant and Joshua communicating about a cell phone, surveillance video of him shooting Joshua, the defendant's vehicle leaving the crime scene shortly after the shooting, the defendant driving the same vehicle the next day, doing the same thing, selling phones. You have the Glock firearm box with no firearm. You have him wearing the same clothing, similar type of clothes. And you have the bullet and shell casing matching to a Glock firearm. And based on that, he was charged with murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime. And when the evidence is concluded, I will get back up. I'll have a chance to give my closing argument and explain the law that you have been given and ask that you apply that law to those sets of facts and return a verdict that speaks the truth. And that is that Justin Collier is guilty of every single thing he's been charged with. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Judge. On behalf of Mr. Collier, we'll reserve our opportunity to give an opening statement at a later time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Banks. State may call its first witness.
State calls 10 as witness.
Just raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to the courtroom is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your full name, first and last name, spell it out, and speak loudly to the mic.
Okay. Hello, I'm Tannis Williams, Tannis, last name Williams, Williams.
And Ms. Williams, did you know Joshua Torrance?
I did.
Okay, how did you know him?
That's my brother.
Okay. And where did you all live together?
Yes.
And where did you all live?
We lived on Martin Luther King Jr. Drive
Okay. Was that an apartment complex?
apartment. Yes.
Do you remember the address?
2101.
Was that the apartment number?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you remember the address of the complex?
No.
Okay. What county is that apartment complex located in?
40.
Okay. And did you tell me the name of the apartments? Did I ask you that already?
No.
What's the name of the apartment she was living at?
The Pizza MLK.
Okay. Does that sit at MLK and Hamilton E. Holmes Drive
Yes.
in that area? Okay. Is there a Wendy's next to that apartment complex?
Yes. Next door.
Now, I want to ask you about the last time you saw Joshua alive. Okay.
Okay.
And was that on May 30th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Did Joshua show you anything?
He did.
What did he show you?
He showed me a cell phone.
Okay. Did he tell you how he got it?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said that he bought the phone off of Offer Up.
Judge, we object.
Okay.
That's hearsay.
Mr. Lee.
I withdraw the question.
All right.
We had talked
The
about-
objection is sustained.
Okay.
The jury should disregard any response from the witness on this issue.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the phone?
Color.
What it looked like?
Yes.
What did it look like?
It's an iPhone rose gold.
Okay. And after he showed you that phone, what did he do?
I remember he gave me a kiss on the forehead. And I remember him, as me dozing off to sleep, going into the restroom, and I heard him in the shower singing.
Okay. And did you ever see him get out the shower?
I did not,
Why not?
because apparently I went back to sleep.
Okay. Did you see him anytime after that?
No.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have, y'all.
Judge, I'll be honoring this witness first. Good morning, Ms. Williams.
Morning.
Williams, my name is Attorney Eric Walker. I'm part of the team with Mr. Banks representing Justin Collier. I'd like to first start this off with that you have my condolences, and I'm very, very sorry for your loss. Okay? I'm just going to ask you a few questions just leading up to the moment. Now, you stated that you and Joshua lived at the same apartment, which is located at 2101 Martin Luther King, or that's the apartment that you live in, 2101?
That's apartment number, yes.
Okay, was it 2101, apartment 2101B, or just apartment 2101?
Apartment 2101.
Okay, and you stated that you all lived there together, is that true?
Correct.
How long did you all live in that apartment together?
I cannot give you a date or how long.
Okay, did you all live there alone, or did you live with somebody?
We live with someone.
And who was that person did you live with?
My mother.
Your mother. So
Correct.
you, your mother, and Mr. Torrance lived together, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you stated that now, am I understanding you right, that when you woke up, Joshua was gone?
Mhm.
Okay, so you didn't see him leave that, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Go ahead. Okay, I'm gonna slow down because sometimes I'll start talking fast. So when you woke up, he was already gone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you didn't see him put clothes on, anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay, you didn't see him get dressed, right?
I did not.
Okay, so at some point in time that morning, Joshua came back from somewhere, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, because when you woke up, he was gone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so is your understanding that he had come from somewhere, correct?
Right.
Okay, and it's fair to say that when he came into the house, he came in with his cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and he told you at that time that he had a new phone, correct?
He did.
Okay, is it fair to say that, did he say he purchased this phone to you?
He did say he purchased it.
Okay, did he tell you how much he paid for the phone?
He did tell me how much he paid for it.
Okay, and is it fair to say that Joshua have dealings on OfferUp, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
At he did.
Okay, and he does his business on off of, is that correct?
At that time, apparently he did.
Well, I'm not talking about at that time. Did he just do it often? Or did you just only know about this one time?
I knew about this one time, correct?
And you knew nothing else about what he was doing with, on offer up, correct?
Right.
Okay. Now, you stated that when he came home, you woke up and you stated that he went and took a shower.
Yes, I heard him in the shower.
You heard him, so you didn't see him get in the shower, correct?
I didn't.
But you heard him in the shower.
Correct.
Okay, and it's fair to say when he got out the shower, you and he had some kind of contact, correct?
No,
Well, when he got out the shower, did you see him?
I did not.
So you didn't see him, when he got out the shower.
I didn't.
But at some point in time, he got dressed, correct?
Yes.
And was it at this point in time that he kissed you on the head and he left?
This is at the time he kissed me on the forehead after he showed me the phone.
Okay. So he showed you the phone,
Mhm.
the new phone,
Correct.
and then he kissed you on the forehead,
Correct.
and then he left.
He got in the shower.
Oh, okay.
Then
I
he-
apologize. Go ahead and finish.
Correct. That's it.
Okay, so when he came in the house, correct? You woke up, is that fair to say? Or you was already woke?
No, I was asleep and he woke me up and showed me the phone.
Okay, he woke you up and showed you the phone.
He did.
And it's after he showed you the phone, he said he purchased this phone, correct?
Yes.
He told you that. He gave the information.
Correct.
I bought this phone, correct?
Off offer up.
Off offer up. Did he tell you how much he paid for the phone?
Yes, he did.
How much did he say he paid for it?
$100.
So he told you he paid $100 for a phone on offer up. Did he tell you how much it was offered on offered up?
Yes, he did.
How much did he say was offered on offered up?
600.
Okay, so he told you there was a phone on offer up that would cost $600, but he only paid $100, correct?
He said the guy only charged him $100 for the phone.
Okay, the guy who he paid only charged $100.
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't specify why this guy only charged $100, correct?
He didn't go into detail.
Okay, and at this time, and make me understand and correct me if I'm wrong, that's when he kissed you on the head.
He sure did.
Okay, he got in the shower,
Yes.
okay, and you heard him in the shower. You didn't see him in the shower, correct?
Correct.
And when they got out the shower, you didn't see him get out the shower, you heard him get out the shower, correct?
I didn't even hear him get out the shower.
You didn't hear him get out the shower.
Right.
Is it fair to say that you didn't, did you know he had left?
No.
You didn't know he left,
Right.
but at some point in time, you knew you was in there by yourself, correct?
Yes.
So you assumed that he had left. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I was asleep. So yes.
Okay. When he told you about the transaction, did he ever go into how the transaction occurred?
No, he did not.
Did he say that I snatched the phone?
No, he didn't.
Did he say that I robbed him from the
No,
phone?
he didn't.
Did he say that I ran away with the phone?
No, he didn't.
So your understanding is that he actually made a legal purchase.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Mr. Walker?
Well, Judge, it's not all for the truth of the matter asserted, but the fact that he gave her this information on how he got the phone. Either he told her, he didn't. And she have a relationship with him, so he did tell her.
Mr. Lee?
The question was, it was your understanding that he illegally purchased the phone? Okay.
I didn't say illegally.
Oh,
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, well, okay, well, but if I misheard him, I thought he said illegal. If the question was legal, then I would draw my.
I didn't use,
All right, Mr. Walker.
okay, I didn't use the word legal. In any event, he told you he purchased the phone, correct?
Yes.
And so the only thing he told you was I purchased the phone for $100,
Correct.
and that's all you knew.
Yes.
No more details that you knew about,
All right.
right? So when you was interviewed by the detective, the only information you gave the detective is that my brother came in, I was asleep, correct?
Yes.
He showed me a brand new phone, correct?
Yes.
An iPhone, right?
Rose
So the
gold.
only information you give him is what your brother gave you
Correct.
and no other information.
Correct.
Okay. And were you one of the person that gave him information? So you had no idea about Joshua's past dealings with phones on offer.
No.
And your testimony here today, the only thing you knew is that he said he purchased the phone.
Yes.
Right. And he didn't tell you that he snatched it, stole it, or anything.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Any redirect?
I just want to be clear on the order of events, okay? Because you was asked some questions, he kind of asked it the other way around. The order of events, as you remember, on May 30th, 2018, was that you was sleeping, right?
Correct.
Joshua came and showed you a phone.
Yes.
Okay. That phone he showed you, the rose gold phone, had you ever seen it before?
No.
Okay. And y'all have a conversation about how he got the phone. He purchased it for $100. They was
Asked and answered. I mean, the order, I believe I went in this order.
What's going to be the full question, Mr. Lee? Is there anything new to cover here?
no. I can withdraw that. So, but I just want to make sure. The phone that he showed you, you had never seen it before, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you heard him in the shower and he left.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. I'll leave it there, Jan.
All
No
right.
other questions.
Yeah. Any reason this witness cannot be excused
No.
from the defense?
Judge, you may be excused.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Same may call as next witness.
They called Jason T.
You said Jason T-E-A-G-U-E?
The state will call Hannah Rebecca Jones. She is testifying in another matter.
Stay standing from me. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to the courtroom is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your first and last name, spell it out, speak loudly to the mic.
Hannah, Hannah, Jones, Jones.
And Ms. Jones, how are you employed?
I am employed by Allied Universal Security.
Okay.
Allied Universal Security.
And how are you employed on May 30th, 2018?
Wendy's,
Okay.
fast food.
And where was that Wendy's located?
35 Hamilton E. Holmes
Okay.
Drive, 30331.
All right. And what county is that located in?
Fulton County.
Okay. Now I want to direct your attention to that day and ask you, did you observe anything unusual happen that day?
I did.
Okay. Take us through your day, starting from when you arrived at work, and tell us what happened.
When I arrived at work, I entered the restaurant. I started to unpack, my items and put my personal items away. I started wiping down before we let customers in, before the time to letting customers in. And then by the time I'm wiping down around the area where the window is, I see a young individual running towards from behind the Wendy's restaurant. And then he pulled the handgun out and shot to the back of the CVS.
Okay. And I want to stop you. Was there anybody else outside that you saw?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who else was outside?
There was a early customer that I informed that he cannot come in yet
Okay. And why couldn't he come in?
because it was about 15 minutes before the opening time of the restaurant,
And what times does the restaurant open?
10:30 a.m.
Okay, and he was there about 15 minutes before that. That's your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you heard the shooting, actually, let me ask you another question. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
If it's your witness, you don't need to ask permission. for being
Thank you,
on
Your Honor. Showing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 2 and shown to Defense Counsel. I'm gonna ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you, here, you can hold it. How do you recognize it?
I recognize it because I signed my actual initials on it when you came to ask for mine.
And what is shown on the,
Can I just ask counsel a question real quick?
this one does.
Okay.
And when you looked at this exhibit, what did you see?
I saw a individual running behind the Wendy's, pulling a handgun out of his pocket and shooting towards the back of the CVS.
All right. And did that video appear to be altered in any way? Does that video?
I don't object to its authenticity.
Okay.
So.
Well, we move to admit State's Exhibit 2.
All right, any objection?
No objection to it.
State's Exhibit 2 is admitted.
Permission to publish.
Granted.
And while this is pausing, coming up, waiting on the delay, pause it for me, Quentin. You can leave it right there, just pause it. And so what is this a video of? What place is this?
This is currently the right side of Wendy's restaurant,
Okay,
which would be an entry point.
okay. And so would the door be in this area here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you walk into that door, is there another door you have to go through that actually gets you into the restaurant?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And between those two doors, are there windows that allows you to see outside?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Mr. Lee, just so we keep a clean record, because I could see us doing this frequently throughout the day, let's note that you pointed to the bottom left corner of the screen for the door and that the video is currently paused at 10:15:18.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll do better. And at this time, go ahead and play the exhibit. And I want to direct your attention to this general area here, okay? at the top left corner of the screen. Okay, and stop. And I stopped the recording at 10:16:04. And did the video just show the shooting you witnessed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what you saw?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you speak to detectives?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And did you tell them what you saw?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Did you describe the person that you saw?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you remember the description you gave?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you describe him?
I described him as the age limit that I described him as had to be at least 16 or 17 at the time. And he was a brown skinned male, like closer to my skin complexion.
Okay. And did you just describe what he was wearing?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And now, after the shooting, it appears that the customer that was in the blue shirt went inside the Wendy's. How did he get in there?
I let him inside
Okay, why'd you do that?
because he was in a panic, and then I was feared for his life because if someone's shooting, I just, was like, okay, to avoid him getting hurt, I was like, let him inside.
Okay. And at some point, did some detectives show you a photographic lineup?
Yes, sir, they did.
And was you able to pick anybody from that lineup?
Somewhat I was,
Somewhat you was?
yes.
Okay. Was you sure that the person was him?
I had two that I was undecided about, but he had to be my skin tone. The other one was too light.
Okay. So you picked two people out the
Yes.
lineup. Okay. I don't have any other questions.
We approach, Judge.
All right, objection for the record. Let's take this moment. Let's take about 5-10 minutes. We'll let y'all step back and we'll be back out here in a moment, okay?
All right.
We'll do this at the table.
Oh, yeah. witness.
Okay. All right. So the first thing you can everyone have a seat. First thing I want to put on the record is there was the first objection made by Mr. Banks during the state's opening, and that wasn't able to be transcribed by the court reporter. But the basis of the objection, as I understood it, was a reference by the state to the Georgia Crime Information Center, or GCIC, essentially that the detective ran the defendant's information through the GCIC in order to attain a lead. And there was the objection was essentially saying that this implied that the defendant had a criminal history of some kind. And so was there anything else that Mr. Banks, you wanted to be heard on that to perfect the record?
It may be, on that, I'm sorry.
Can we, other than that, Judge, I think it's improper to refer to GCIC. And it does suggest that someone has a record. And ultimately, I think the testimony or the opening statement was that there was information retrieved from the GCIC, which is further concerning. Now the jury believes that there's some information out there that allowed this officer to check his GCIC a lot of times people come back and there's nothing that's there, right? I mean, and so the fact that he was able to pull a phone number suggests and implies that there is something else there, a criminal history, which is improper. And so for those reasons, Judge, I think to perfect the record, I mean, and you said we would do it at a later time. I have to move for mistrial for that reference.
All right. And in anticipation of us getting to the second issue, I'd ask Ms. Jones, actually, if you could step out of the courtroom for a little while. All right. So as we keep talking about this, Mr. Lee, your response?
My response is, I don't believe that referencing GCIC implies that that Justin has a criminal record. I never said flat out that he does. As far as the implication, what I told the jury is that when an officer runs your license plates and tag, they run it through that system. That's all I said. That everybody gets run through that system. I wasn't applying anything specific as to Justin Collier, and I don't see how it can be suggested.
All right. And when examining the officer who pulled him over, or perhaps the lead detective, would you anticipate eliciting any evidence that information being present on the GCIC is not indicative of a criminal history or prior arrests?
Right. Yes, I would.
Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
All right. Mr. Banks?
I've been at it for 20 years. When you run someone's GCIC and you get information back, that means that there's a history there. And so, I mean, I've never been in a situation where a GCIC is run and a phone number comes back. And so I gotta say,
Well, I have to stop you there, Mr. Banks, because I disagree with you there. I've gotten some back where it simply will have a photo from their driver's license and all their personal info from the license and then just say no history. So it's like running it through that database is just a way to retrieve the personal details of anyone in it. I don't think it exclusively contains people who've been arrested before.
the reason why you don't make references to GCIC or any other database is to ensure that the jury doesn't walk away with the impression that someone has a record, Judge.
And I agree with you completely that it could be cleaner. It should have been referred to as database. But I think there's a way that we can remove any potential impressions and keep it clean. So I think we'd want to elicit that at some point during the state's case, but I'm not seeing the manifest necessity that demands a mistrial at this point based on the reference to the GCIC itself, based on what came out so far in opening. So I certainly take your points, Mr. Banks. I don't think we've come anywhere near that point yet, especially if we clean it up during the state's case and we're not calling any further attention to it than that. So you've made a record, but I'll overrule the motion for mistrial there. The next thing we have is this issue reference to a potential unsuccessful, or not unsuccessful, just a photo lineup where multiple people were pointed out. So Mr. Banks, I'll let you detail what's going on here.
There's nothing that I have by way of discovery that reflects that she made some partial identification. That's ultimately what I heard her say. And so to the extent that that was provided, I don't have it. I know I came in late on this case. I would look to Walker to determine whether or not that was mentioned.
It's been 5 years. We did the preliminary hearing, no identification was made.
Well, and let's flush this out a little bit, Mr. Lee. Are we saying that she was presented with a 6-pack?
Yes, Your Honor, she was presented with a 6-pack and she did not select anybody. That's all. That was the purpose of asking the question. I know I was just getting in front of the issue. She wasn't able to select Justin Collier.
And you have this in this 6-pack where she probably signed it and made 2 circles or something like that. That's in your file.
What we have in the file is she was interviewed by Detective Quinn and Zimber. They interviewed her, and you can hear them showing her a lineup. She picks 2 people and says, I can't remember.
And so this is on a recording.
That was, yes, and that was something that was provided.
But the actual paper document, does that exist?
Let me check.
Mr. Banks?
The question is, when was she shown this by them? Because since 2018, no identification ever been made.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to determine here what actually does exist or not, and it doesn't appear that Mr. Lee is completely.
I believe it's in, I just wanted to double check, you know, but, they've been provided with everything that we have, and so, and I wasn't. Yeah, so there's, oh, wait, it's just a photograph. So, they were provided with something that says, Justin Collier lineup photos, and it has individual, pictures of people, and they were also provided with, so the actual six-pack itself, they weren't, I don't see that in there, but there was a recorded interview where that's what they're discussing, and that was the basis of my question.
Okay, so let's be clear first. When you say you don't see it in there, does that mean you don't see it in your own file, or you don't see that you turned it over?
I don't see it in my own file.
All right, so you personally have not seen a six-pack lineup signed by Ms. Jones at all?
No, I haven't seen the line.
All right, but it was referenced in a recording, and that's why you're talking about it now.
Yes,
And we don't know which two people she said may have been it.
no,
All right, so the bottom line is Ms. Jones did not make an identification.
that was the whole.
All right, so if we can clear this up with forbidding any references to a lineup itself.
Research study. She was in there.
Okay, we'll bring her out in a second. Thank you, Ms. 17.
Yeah.
All right, okay, so Mr. Banks, with that in mind, what would your response be? If essentially from here, Ms. Jones, we concluded by saying, frankly, she just did not make an identification period in this case.
I was aware of her not making identification. That's not the issue, Judge. The issue is trial strategy and preparation. Here, my understanding, for the first time, I mean, I'm hearing that she selected two partial identifications, and that's significant, right? And because partial identifications can assist lawyers in preparing a defense. I mean, the court asked during voir dire what our defense was. Was it identity? Was it a self-defense? And here we're hearing that there may have been some partial identification. And so those were her words. I mean, the way I took it. And so I don't have the benefit of knowing who she selected. And Mr. Collier hasn't had the benefit of preparing for trial in that vein. And so I don't think it's as clean as, hey, let's just try to clean it up and she didn't make an identification. It may have impacted trial strategy. I don't know the answer to that question. All I can say is that the witness says she selected two. She wasn't completely sure, but at the end of the day, one of them was a little lighter. The other one was kind of her complexion, and that makes a difference. And so as the court knows, I mean, all I can say, I will also say this, is I know that they said that they provided the interview of Detective Quinn. There have been several things that I've requested just because I didn't have them on the thumb drive that was provided to me. And ultimately I received that thumb drive from Walker, but the way I received it is that he said, hey, this is the discovery we received. I downloaded all of everything on the same thing that he received from the state. And I can tell you this is the first time I'm hearing of Detective Quinn and Zimbrick interviewing Miss Jones, period. I've never heard of that interview. I have heard Detective Quinn and Zimbrick interviewing or sitting down with Mr. Collier and his prior counsel at that point in time. And so I'm kind of thrown off completely altogether concerning this identification. And if she possibly suggested two other people, I mean, we were entitled to that prior to trial so that we could form a trial strategy and a theory of defense. And I would submit that that's a Brady violation, Judge. At least the thumb drive that I was provided doesn't have it. I've talked to Mr. Walker about what he received. He's indicated that he hadn't received anything else. And so that's
all right. So your contention is you didn't get this interview recording at all of this between Ms. Jones and the detectives.
I mean, I have the thumb drive here. If they want to look at it.
And Judge, to be clear, the first ADA on the case was Dia Warren. She's now the Honorable Dia Warren out in Douglas County, okay? We never received information at all from 2018 to present. And this case had been especially set in front of Newkirk. Never talked about, the only information we had with this witness that she stated that she didn't make an identification. They showed her a picture of Mr. Collier, and she said, that's not him. And again, she stated that it was a light-skinned man. Now, she go see the DA and sit down and talk to them, all of a sudden he Carmel Brown. Gets my drift? From light-skinned to Carmel Brown. He been light-skinned since 2018 until Mr. Lee got the case. He been a light-skinned man until Mr. Lee got the case. Now all of a sudden she go see the DA, he brown-skinned. So
I mean, that's not really something that I see as relevant. I mean, that's something you can take up on cross, and she's been on the witness list, and you've had the ability to interview her for 5 years as well, right?
Judge, and she been interviewed. She sat at the deposition and said the same thing. She sat at a deposition and said.
Then I think you get to cross her on it. But the issue here I want to make sure we clear up is if there's actually some discovery that we need to sort through. And Mr. Lee, do you have anything on? Do you need more time to look at that? Because in the meantime, we have another issue that's come up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking through obviously at the certificates of discovery. I know we've served items multiple times to defense. And we have an open, and I would add that we have an open file policy. Mr. Banks came to my office to review the file. So
Wait a minute.
If there was something missing.
Oh, Mr. Spinks, you can let him finish and you'll have your turn.
We have an open file policy. He asked to come in and review the file. I had the digital stuff up. I had my notebook out. If there was something that he was missing or had questions about.
Okay, I understand how an open file policy works. Okay, Mr. Banks.
I mean, I can't know what I'm missing if I don't know what exists.
Well, if you're looking at his file and you're looking at yours and there's something different.
How it happened. I mean, first I made the request to look at the physical evidence is what happened. And at some point he didn't have the ballistics present, so I couldn't look at the physical evidence. And we started talking about generally, just the process of trial and who he expected to call. We talked about supplemental witnesses, and he showed me some of the video footage and the compilation ultimately of, well, I don't think he showed me the compilation at that time, but maybe at a different time. But at some point, it's not like he had all of the video recordings up and I was looking through to check my thumb drive and compare the two, Judge. That's just not what happened at that meeting. I mean, I was under no impression that I was really missing anything at that time. And frankly, I set up the meeting to simply review the physical evidence in the case so I could be prepared. I didn't know I was missing a full video and a full photographic lineup.
Well, I don't think we know if it's a video. I think it might just be an audio recording. Is that right, Mr. Lee?
Yeah.
And how long is the audio recording?
It's about 15, 20 minutes maybe.
All right. And apparently this witness, there's been a civil case. She was deposed at some point.
Yeah, my understanding is that the mother, on behalf of her son, filed a wrongful death case against the apartment complex, didn't, or that the CVS, that general area, maybe some different entities, of course, didn't name Mr. Collier as a defendant. However, it was a premises case whereby they alleged that.
Sure, I understand that. So did you have a copy of that deposition?
I received that copy of that deposition. We do have a copy of the deposition.
Okay. All right. I
mean, I don't have it here present. I mean, but I did in review of this case, receive a copy of that deposition, but that was from other means and trying to figure out whether or not they filed a lawsuit and
no, I understand. It's just that that's another statement she's made regarding the case as well. And did this issue, was she asked about making an identification in the deposition?
She was shown a single photograph in the deposition from my memory of reading the deposition and did not identify Justin Collier. Said, I don't think that that's him. And so there was not a photographic lineup presented to her during the deposition. And so,
All right. While the state's still checking their file, I want to take up one other matter. Juror 17 said she has something she wants to talk to us about potentially recognizing the incident. So if we could bring on Juror 17.
Juror 17 is the teacher.
Oh.
She recognized him. She said she recognized the case.
All right, ma'am, if you don't mind, just have a seat. And we have juror 17 present in the courtroom without any of the other jurors. And I understand, ma'am, you informed one of the deputies that you had something you wanted us to know.
Yes, about 2 years ago, I did like a focus group research study, and I think it was on this case. It wasn't necessarily focused on the defendant. It was about whether the apartment complex had some responsibility because it wasn't secure. But I do remember the cell phone, the offer up. I remember looking at a news story. I didn't necessarily remember the names. And of course, yesterday we didn't learn any details about the case. But I do remember seeing a video of somebody in the car and a young boy running off from the car, somebody following him, shooting him. And I saw the news story, I think with the mom. And I do remember him telling his sister that he had a cell phone. So I do remember those things, but.
And to be clear, like this particular video you just saw, you recognize that exact video?
Yes.
Okay, and what was it that you were doing with the focus group exactly?
So the focus group was on this case, but it was about whether the apartment complex had any responsibility. So it focused more on the crime rate in the area, the crime rate in that particular apartment complex. Don't remember the name of the apartment complex, but I do remember details from the case. And I do remember the young man had just graduated from high school. So
All right.
those are some of the things I remember.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to counsel. So Mr. Lee, do you have anything that you would like to question juror 17 about on this issue?
No, yeah.
I just have a few follow-up questions. How are you, juror number 17? I don't remember your name by memory, but concerning the focus group, were you hired by a law firm and participated in this focus group?
No, it was through Messenger group, but it was like lawyers there, but I don't remember like anybody's name. Like I said, it was 2 years ago.
Okay. Were you shown any photographs of the alleged shooting?
No,
Okay.
not that I wasn't shown. It was, like I said, it focused, at least I don't remember. I remember seeing the offer up messages. And I remember seeing the video of the news story. I remember seeing the video y'all just showed. And I remember like, they had interviews from like people who stayed in the apartment complex. It was, I remember an older lady who couldn't really remember everything. And that's all I remember.
Okay, fair enough. Let me ask you, have you discussed any of this with any of your other fellow jurors?
No. As soon as we came back, I talked to him. I didn't say anything to anyone else.
All right, those are my questions, Judge.
All right, juror 17, if you could step out again just for a moment. All right, from either side, is there a motion to excuse this juror at all or objection to her continuing to serve on this jury? Mr. Lee,
No.
Mr. Banks?
If I can just have a moment, Judge.
Excuse me.
But,
I feel like man, it's your call. It's your call. I mean, it's up to you. I need to the minister. Yeah. Say the minister.
Judge, out of an abundance of caution, after conferring with co-counsel and our client, we would ask that she be excused. Seems to me that she was provided intimate details about the case. While it wasn't otherwise focused on Mr. Collier, the reality is that she remembers the video after it had been shown. She remembers the news footage. She remembers interviews, at least maybe not the substance, but certainly interviews being conducted of witnesses there at the apartment complex. And she specifically referenced an elderly lady who may not have recalled anything. My memory serves me in my review of discovery, she's probably referring to Martha Lotz, who unfortunately is no longer with us. But I think she's done right by telling the court's security officer of this issue and raising this issue. No one has really inquired as to whether or not she's formed an opinion. And I mean,
And should we bring her back out for that?
well, I'll say this is that I don't know. I mean, I guess we can perfect the record in that regard. I'm happy to do that and bring her back out. I don't know if my motion would change just because of the exposure. These focus groups, as the court is well aware, whether it's an entity or some company or some law firm that hires citizens to review cases and to assess, and kind of put themselves in the place of a jury, so that they can tell lawyers and or property owners, hey, I mean, do we have any responsibility? I mean, that's a pretty, I mean, she's been involved in this case beyond just seeing a news clip, if that makes sense. I mean, so I would submit for those reasons, she should be excused.
All right. Well, I mean, the fact is we do have two alternates for reasons like this. So although, we didn't go as far as examining her for, whether there's a fixed opinion or some other kind of bias based on her prior knowledge of the case, I am inclined to go ahead and let her go. And I'm not seeing an objection from the state. So I suppose that's what we'll do here. All right. And I'll let her know when she comes back out, when the whole jury comes back out. As it relates to the issues with the the recorded interview with Ms. Jones, seeing as it is 15 to 20 minutes, that it doesn't involve an identification of the defendant. I think what we can do for now is continue with the state's case and any cross-examination. We will not excuse her as a witness. We will give defense counsel time to review that over lunch and this evening. And if we need to recall her, we can. And then if after that review, you can point to me some specific way that's impacted your trial strategy, then we can take that step. And in the meantime, I think we also need to get in front of these discovery issues because we can't have this tit for tat and slowing us down. And also these things should have been turned over. And if they were, then we can get into that as well. But for now, I don't think that this particular piece of evidence is one that requires us to grind everything to a halt, and also not one that I'm seeing as of yet calling for a mistrial.
And I didn't specifically move for one at that time, but I mean, now that the court has referenced it, I mean, on behalf of Mr. Collier, we would move. I know the court's going to deny it based upon your comments, but to perfect the record, to ensure that the record is clear, we would move for a mistrial.
All right, no, understood. And at this time, in response, just again, to lay everything out there in terms of findings, I'm not seeing the bad faith that requires exclusion entirely of the evidence, although I don't think this is necessarily something the state, I don't see this as exculpatory evidence regardless. So it's really more so to kind of tell the whole story of the case and the fact that she didn't make an identification. All right, so we'll have some work over the lunch period. We'll take it back up afterwards, but let's continue with maybe with that final question. I think that's the final question from the state, or was there more?
Well, she answered the question and I was gonna tender the witness to.
All right, no, so maybe that one clarifying question, did she make an identification or not? And then we move on, or actually, I don't want to tell you how to try your case, so we'll just let you go for it. Go from there. We could bring in the whole jury and Ms. Jones back in.
All right, for the jury.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you for your patience, everyone. A few questions, just one question for our jury. We heard from a juror just a moment ago that after hearing the openings and seeing the initial video of the shooting, that this juror expressed that there was some prior knowledge of the case through the work history. Does anyone else have concerns like that, thinking they may know something about the case that they didn't realize during the initial jury selection process? All right, I'm not seeing any hands. And so to that end, I'll say for juror 17, thank you for bringing that to our attention. And at this point, we think it's in the best interest of the case that we excuse you from your service. And at this point, you are free to leave. All right. And my last question for the panel then would be, for any members of the jury, does anyone recall having any conversations with juror 17 about anything related to the case or potential prior knowledge of the case? All right, and not seeing any hands, let's continue with the evidence. Mr. Lee.
And yeah, I don't have any other further questions for the witness. She's with the court.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Jones. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. My name's Gabe Banks, and I represent Mr. Collier alongside Mr. Walker. This is not the first time we've met, true?
True.
You were kind enough to invite me out to your home so that I could talk to you about what you knew about this case. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
So I want to I have some questions for you. And I just want to kind of get an understanding of what happened that day from your perspective. And my understanding, based upon your testimony, is that you're currently working as a security officer for Allied Security, Universal Security.
Mm-hmm.
True?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But back in May of 2018, you were an employee with Wendy's.
Yes, sir.
And that Wendy's was located off of HE Holmes Drive. True?
Yes, sir.
And how long had you been working there at that time?
I had been working there for about 2 years.
And were you a shift manager or what was your role there at the Wendy's?
I was a crew member.
Okay. Do you know what time you started your shift on that day? May 30th of 2018, I'm sorry.
The time clocked in, I clocked in at about 9:20 at least.
Okay. Store opens up at 10 o'clock, is that fair?
10:30.
10:30?
Yes, sir.
And so you got to get there a little earlier
Sure.
to make sure your shift goes smoothly. Is that
Yes,
fair?
sir.
Okay. And so when you clocked in, how did you enter the Wendy's? Do you recall?
Yes, sir. Walking up on the Wendy's,
Uh-huh.
this would be, from me facing here, this would be my right side, but the Wendy's facing here, this would be the left side. Okay, so it would be my right side,
Okay.
walking up on the Wendy's. But I didn't enter the right side door, I entered the left side door.
Okay. So is there like a patio right immediately in front of the Wendy's?
Yes, sir.
And the left side door, is that kind of like right there on the left side of near the patio area?
Yes, sir.
And is that the entrance that you took?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when you walked in, you clocked in and then you started to prepare for your shift.
Yes, sir.
And a part of preparing for your shift included wiping down the tables to make sure that the customers could have a clean area to eat.
Yes, sir.
And so as you were doing that, is it fair to say that were you looking down when you heard shots, or where were you actually when you heard shots?
I was, okay, the right side of the right where the entry area where I visualized where the crime happened or whatever. I was looking out the window as I'm wiping, looking up and down. But like when I saw the individual, I'm like, my eyes are sharp and peeled. I'm looking like, oh, why is this person running? Then I see him point the gun, shoot.
Okay, fair enough. You did not see a second individual before you saw the shooter run behind the CVS. Is
No,
that
sir,
true?
I didn't.
Okay, so, and I think your direct testimony was specifically that you don't know what the shooter was shooting at. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
But he was shooting at the direction of behind the CVS.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you were kind of wiping down, looking up and wiping down, but at some point, the individual who extended his hand, which you believe to be a firearm, that's when you focused on him. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
At the time, back in, you are nearsighted, true?
Yes, sir.
And I told you when we first met, I get always confused about nearsighted and farsighted. Does nearsighted means you have a problem with seeing far distances, true?
Yes, sir.
And so you can see shadows and silhouettes and kind of structures of folk, true?
In color.
Okay, and color. And so to the extent that you ultimately were able to see the structure, you could see the person's nose. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
You could see his lips, true?
Yes, sir.
And you could see kind of his chin area. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And I think you also indicated that you could see height, true?
Yes, sir.
You're approximately 5'8". Is that
Yes,
true?
sir.
And I think when we talked, you at least told me that the shooter was about your height.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we also talked about the number of gunshots you heard fired that day.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
recall that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall telling me that you heard initially 3 to 4 shots when we were during the interview that I conducted of you?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, I called you again after we met at your house. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Just in preparation of trial, just to see if anything changed or anything like that. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And when I asked you about the number of shots you heard, you said you weren't so sure about 3 or 4, but that you at least heard 2 shots. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that still your testimony or your recollection of what transpired on that evening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I can just have a moment, Judge. Okay, those are my questions. I tend to the witness. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Any redirect?
Did we had watched State's Exhibit 2 of the shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that that's the shooting that you saw,
Yes, sir.
and that was the customer that you let into the Wendy's. Okay. Did you see any other shooting that day?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, so the shooting we saw on State's Exhibit 2, that's the shooting that you saw.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
All right,
So, I just have a follow-up.
on that point, right?
Right, sure. You didn't see what anybody was doing behind the CVS, did you, ma'am?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Jones, thank you for being here this morning. I have to advise you that you're still under your subpoena. And so you may still be recalled to testify in this case if either party needs you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, but for now, you can leave. But please still do not discuss the case with anyone or anything.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Say may call us next witness.
State calls investigator Jason T.
And if it please the court, I don't think we've invoked the rule.
We have not.
And so, not that I have anything to hide, but ultimately, I would just, and I don't think, I don't think there are any witnesses in here, but just out of an abundance of caution.
The state doesn't recognize any witnesses that it attends,
All right, well, we will consider,
with the exception of Tannis Williams, who's been excused.
that's right. All right, we will consider the rule invoked, and council, please advise your witnesses accordingly. And let me know and bring it to my attention if any do step in the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Video.
Swear, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to the courtroom is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Is your first and last name, spell it out, loud into the mic.
Sure. First name Jason, Jason. Last name Teague, Teague. Mr. Teague, how are you employed? I'm a detective with the City of Atlanta Police Department. Okay. And how long have you been employed in that capacity? As a detective for 19 years, with the police department as a whole, 25 years. Okay. And what are your duties? Currently, I'm assigned to the police department's Homeland Security Unit, in which I'm an electronic surveillance technician. Okay. And so as the name implies, did that imply that you download surveillance videos from various establishments? Yes, that's one of the duties. They call us in to download video from various establishments when people do not know how to operate their systems. Okay. And so over the course of your duties, you have to become familiar with those surveillance systems in order to download the footage. Yeah, first we had to specifically, when this started becoming an issue in the mid 2000s, we had to go to training at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia, where state, local, and federal agents train specifically in recovering video from a multitude of digital video recorder systems. Okay. And now I want to direct your attention to May 30th, 2018, where you asked to respond to the Wendy's restaurant located at 35 Hamilton E. Holmes Drive in Atlanta? Yes. Okay. And what county is that located in? Fulton. Okay. And what actions did you take, if any, when you responded to the Wendy's? To pull video from the system. I requested by our homicide unit to pull video. Okay. And did you also respond to the CVS that's located next to the Wendy's? Yes. And what did you do there? I pulled video also. Okay. I want to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 3, 4, and 47. Okay.
You said 47, Lee?
You said 3, 4, and 47.
Yes, 3, 4, and 47. I'm showing you 3, 4, and 47, and just focusing your attention on State's Exhibit 3 and 4 at this time. Do you recognize what those are? Yes, it's a still shot from the video from the CVS. Well, hold on, excuse me. What's the still shot from the video? What number is that? Exhibit 47. Okay. And what's the other exhibits? Video from the CVS and video from the Wendy's.
Okay. For clarity of the record, which is 3 and which is 4, please?
Which one is 3? It's one of the CDs. Let's see. CD3 is Wendy's and CD4 is the CVS. Okay. Did you? No, hold up. Just I'm sorry. So, yeah, 3 is the CVS and 4 is the Wendy's. Okay. And did you review those prior to your testimony? Yes. And did you initial on those CDs that you reviewed? Yes. And do they appear to be accurate footage of the footage that you downloaded on May 30th, 2008?
Yes.
At this time, the state was seek to admit exhibits 3, 4, and 47.
Any objection?
No objection to the authenticity, Judge. Just trying to seek clarity concerning State's Exhibit number 4, the Wendy's video. Does that have all the channels on it, or is it just?
This is the compilation
Okay.
video.
Oh, the compilation. Okay. Well, I mean, we can take it up at another time, not to waste any time, Judge. I don't have any objection to its admission.
Okay, if there's no objection to admission, then it'll be admitted. And so that'll be 3, 4, and 47.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state will publish State's Exhibit 4.
Right.
I know.
Want to direct your attention, I paused the video. This is looking at, it's labeled parking lot on the bottom right of the video confirmation. Timestamped at 10:37:36.
10:17.
Oh, excuse me, 10:17:36. I want to direct your attention to right here. What does that appear to be to you?
Appears to be a white pickup truck.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm pausing the video. Okay, I'm pausing the video from the timestamp in the lower right corner. This is the CVS drive-through. Timestamp is 11 minutes, 18 seconds. We're directing your attention here. What does that appear to be to you?
White GMC pickup truck.
Play the exhibit.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, don't play it.
Just for clarity, when he says timestamp, my understanding is that the CVS doesn't have like a timestamp versus the Wendy's. And so I don't want it to reflect that this is like 11:17, if that makes sense.
We'll
Because
just we'll clarify and say the timestamp of the media player,
Yeah.
the
Okay.
program.
All right. Sorry about that.
And I'm gonna republish the last 10 seconds of State's Exhibit 4 at quarter speed.
Give me two of
And I paused the video, timestamp of 11 minutes and 25 seconds from the media player. And do you see a tag here? Yes. Okay. And could you read that out the best you can?
Looks to be RIM. Looks like a 1, possibly 2 in the middle and an 8 at the end.
And is that the same image we see in States Exhibit 47?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for the witness.
Detective Teague, how you doing?
Good, how you doing?
Doing good. We didn't cross paths, did we? Maybe years ago. You've been with the city a long time.
Yeah, when you were at the DA's office.
Okay,
and-
okay. And so, did we work any homicides together? Do you recall? It's been a minute.
Javaris Crittenden
Oh, well,
and some others.
sure.
Yeah.
So I have a few questions for you. It's my understanding you've been with the City of Atlanta Police Department for 25 years.
Yes, sir.
And in 19 of those years, you've actually been a detective.
Yes.
Prior to that, you were.
Patrol officer.
Okay, all right. So you've seen the whole gamut, right? You're nodding your head.
Yes.
And right now you're assigned to the Homeland Security Division within the City of Atlanta Police Department.
Yes, I am.
And that department is designed to assist investigations from kind of like a digital media perspective, among other things.
Yes, sir.
And so you guys went down and got some training and tried to figure out how to better download video footage when video footage existed surrounding a crime. True?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, and so your involvement in this case is that you received a call from the homicide detective who was the lead. I don't know if you know who the lead was.
I think it was Klein Hines.
Okay. Did you receive a direct call from him or did you receive a call from somebody else?
I do not remember whether it was him or a supervisor on the scene.
Okay.
Or one of the homicide supervisors, but somebody has to call me because we don't respond directly unless we're requested.
Okay, you have a special skill that most law enforcement officials do not have, and concerning downloading the video footage, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And so when you got the call, were you on duty at that time, or were you at home, or were you actually working at that time?
The time of the incident, I was probably on the way to work.
Okay, and so did you actually go to work and go to roll call, or did you report straight to?
Detectives, we don't have roll calls, so I probably had to go to the office in 2018 to grab some equipment to come back out.
And I'm assuming when you got to the scene, did you meet with Detective Klein?
Yes, Klein Hines.
You didn't talk, your role was not to talk to any of the witnesses there on the scene.
No, sir, I don't interview witnesses.
Okay, you at some point had to meet with the staff of CVS and the Wendy's to download the footage. though,
Yes,
right?
usually I have to, usually the systems are kept in secured areas like the manager's office and so on and so forth. So I have to meet with them to go into the area to gain access to the equipment to pull the video.
Okay, and once you gain access, sometimes they know how to download it and they can help you. Sometimes they don't, and you already know how to do it based on your training.
Yes, because usually 9 times out of 10, if you have someone available to pull the video who knows what they're doing, they'll go ahead and do it for the investigators. But 9 times out of 10, people there do not know even the managers because a lot of times everyone's not technologically savvy. It kind of, the best description I give it to is when a lot of us grew up, people had VCRs, but never knew how to program the clock on it. You always just blink 12. It's kind of the same principle.
Fair enough. When you come in and download something or are called to come to a crime scene and download some video footage, do you review the video footage to determine whether or not it's accurately working and properly functioning?
Yes, you look at it, basically, first thing you do, you look at a live feed to make sure it's going. Then you go back a little bit to make sure it's playing. But the thing is with video systems, not all of them work the same. As you can see with the footage, you got two different types of systems that record two different type of ways. So it's one of those things you just deal with what you have.
Sure.
You just go in and basically to make it simple, there's always a start time and the end time. And you pull everything in between the start time and the end time on the cameras.
Who determines the start time and the end time?
The homicide, I take the lead from the homicide detectives. They'll usually tell me like what time the call came in and so on and so forth. Ideally, the ideal way for them to do that is also if they have video surveillance for somebody to go back and review for when everything is done. Because remember, when I come to the scene, I haven't interviewed anybody. I haven't worked the crime scene. I haven't done none of this stuff. I'm just coming in just to deal specifically with retrieving this portion of the evidence to give to them.
So if you're told to get all the evidence or the video footage on one day of the Wendy's, that's what you would do.
Yes,
If you're told to say, hey, I only need between 2 and 4, that's what you would do.
yes,
And so you downloaded all of the video footage from the Wendy's and the CVS in this case.
yes.
Was anybody with you at the time of the download?
Probably not. Usually they're still out working the scene, canvassing, talking to witnesses and stuff like that. It's just usually just me, or some places, like the Wendy's, sometimes there are people milling around, something like that in the office, and usually that big, and I'm not a little guy, so usually I take up most of the office for restaurants and stuff like that. CVS is a little different. CVS is in a back office. They have to have a key to let you in the back room. And usually I'm just sitting there because sometimes these pulls can take a couple of minutes, and sometimes, depending on the system, could take me a couple of hours, just depending on the health of the system.
Do you have an independent recollection, for example, of how long it took you to download the footage from the Wendy's?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you have an independent recollection of how long it took you to download the video footage from the CVS?
No. And the thing is when the downloads, once you start the process, you have to wait till the system is done. It prompts you and tells you when the download is complete.
Okay. And as I understand it, when you were viewing the video as it was playing during your direct testimony, you would agree with me that there is no timestamp on the CVS video. By timestamp, I'm talking about
The watermark timestamp that shows
Yes.
daytime. No, their system doesn't do that. The system they had at that time didn't
okay.
do that.
But there was a watermark timestamp on the Wendy's video.
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. If you could pull up a compilation video for, I think it's State's Exhibit number 3. Or is it State's number 4? Yeah, the compilation. Not from the beginning, but from the point where Karen is running through the CVS portion. So yeah, the CVS portion where it starts from.
That's fine. Here, Your Honor, kind of request. I've still got the Zoom meeting bubble right up in the middle of my screen. So, which one should I push, guided or leave meeting?
It is a touchscreen, so I think you could just say got it.
Okay, just want to make sure. Yeah, you can't drag it a little bit more.
Can you pause it real quick? All right, so it's paused here at the 9-minute and 40-second mark. And so what I want to ask you is, at some point, I am going to play it again.
Mhm.
And I want you to watch, because it appears to me that it freezes for a number of seconds.
Oh, yeah, I can explain that
Okay.
if you want me to.
Well, I just want to, fair enough. I mean,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, I just want to, I'm going to play it. And when it freezes, I want you to do your best to tell me from the minute mark, how long, or the second mark, how long it freezes. Can you do that?
I'll try.
Okay, thanks so much. Can you pull up the minute mark? Okay. I think you slowed it down.
Oh, no, it's fine. I have to keep up with it.
All right. It's not playing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, let me try that.
No, I know what I did. Because I slowed it down when I was.
Can you reverse it a little bit and so?
You want me to turn it back some?
Just some, yeah. Okay, that's good. That's good. So if I can just have a moment, Judge. Okay. Where is it? Okay. Mind if I take this one?
Oh, yeah.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
You may.
All right, thank you. I think I can do this easier. I don't necessarily.
Okay.
That's right. Okay. Just stop screen. Yeah, there you go. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, that was stage 4. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so it's not paused yet, but I'm gonna
Okay.
start it at the 9:40 mark.
Okay.
And if you just could look at the minute mark and tell me, based upon what you see, how long it freezes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. About what, 14 seconds?
Okay, about 14 seconds.
Yeah, something like that.
Is it fair to say that when he freezes, he's kind of like, he's motionless at that point? True.
Yes, on the video, yes.
And when it unfreezes, he disappears from
Yeah.
the screen.
Yes.
You don't see him run further after it unfreezes. True.
True.
It literally he disappears from the screen. True.
True.
I know you indicated in your direct that, or you said you could explain it.
Yeah, it's the kind of system they had at that time. You've seen how it froze several times. It's only recording motion. And that's how they set it up. Whoever their security people were, and they set it up like that because back in 2018, it was basically a lot of systems did that just to save space on hard drives.
Sure.
So especially because CVS has so many cameras, that's the way they set it up. It wouldn't be anything preferable that I would have done if I owned the business, but that's there.
Fair, and the reason why you say that is because at some point it freezes. You can't tell anything what this person is doing at the time of the freeze, and then he just disappears from the screen. True?
True.
And so from the time it freezes up until the time it disappears, you have no earthly idea about what he's doing. Is that true?
True.
You certainly know what he was doing before. True?
True.
And it appears that he's running in this video. True?
True.
But after it freezes, you don't know what he was doing at that time. True?
True.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Any redirects?
No, man.
All right, this one's be excused. Thank you, sir. Let's try to get through a little bit more of the state's next witness before breaking.
Calvin, ready?
Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm that the testimony you about to give to the courtroom is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. And you'll see. What's your first and last name? Spell it out.
Yes.
Speak clearly into the mic.
Yes, my name is Calvin Clemens, CALVIN, CLEMMONS.
And Mr. Clemens, I want to direct your attention to May 30th, 2018. Where were you working on that day?
Well, I was working at the peaks of MLK apartment complex. I was a maintenance tech. I was doing the ground that day.
Okay. What does it mean when you're doing the grounds?
I was picking up trash, garbage, cleaning the ground.
Okay. And just so we're clear, the Peaks apartment, is there a CVS and a Wendy's nearby?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you recall anything unusual happening that day?
Actually, at the peaks, everything unusual, but that day while I was picking up the ground, I had a Uber driver first approached me and telling me that he seen someone with a gun coming up that he was kind of.
Object, that's hearsay.
Mr. Lee?
Yeah, that's true. So I
All
will
right, rephrase the question,
I'll
or
rephrase
redirect the
question.
witness. And sir, just listen very carefully to the question that's asked and answer that question.
Okay.
All right, let me sustain. Thank
So
you.
you can't say what the Uber driver told you, but after you had contact with that Uber driver, what did you observe next?
What did I observe next? Okay, after that contact we had spoken, I turned around and looked at him as a young man that was walking down the sidewalk while I was picking up the trash, but I didn't pay him no attention, but I did see like a little gun he had in his hand.
Okay, let me stop you there for a second.
Okay.
Do you remember anything about what the man looked like?
No, like I said, I couldn't key or visual because I would like I didn't pay him face, then in the face, looked him in the face and then like that. But I know he was a black male that was walking down.
Okay. And so after you saw that, what happened next?
I kept working there. I kept on working.
Okay. At some point, did you flag down a police officer?
Yes, when my supervisor, when he struck me with looking at, I seen like somebody was laying on the ground. I seen two police officers that was in the back of building 3 at the time. I went and approached them to come look at this person back there.
Okay. And outside of so you saw the young man on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Was he moving at all?
He wasn't moving at all. That's why I ran to the police officer. These two police officers that was in their car coming to check him out.
How close did you get to the man you saw on the ground?
I wasn't that close to him because I was standing like we got like a little carport, and he like about, I say about 10 foot away from us at the time.
Okay. Okay. So you observed the person laying on the ground, not moving from about 10 feet away. And then you went in got the attention of an officer.
I went and ran and got the attention of the cop. Yeah.
Okay. Outside of that, did you have any further involvement
No.
with this incident? Okay. I don't have any other questions, y'all.
Mr. Clemens,
Yes, sir.
how you doing? It's still morning. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing pretty good.
I'm glad. Mr. Clemens, my name is Attorney Averick Walker. I'm here today with Mr. Gabriel Banks, and we represent Mr. Justin Collier.
Yes, sir.
And if I speak too fast, slow me down. Take your time, answer every question, because the court reporter is taking down everything you say, so you can't nod your head. You know, even though I understand that communication,
Okay.
the court reporter doesn't. Okay, is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yes, sir. Mr. Clemens, are you still gainfully employed at the Peak?
No.
When were you gainfully employed at the Peak? Were you gainfully employed back in 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And how long had you been working there?
At the Peaks, I've been about 9 months, 6 to 9 months.
Okay. And you said your duties were the ground area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the ground area mean maintenance, cleaning up, picking up, et cetera?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. And you stated that a lot of unusual things happened at the Peak,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you mean unusual in the sense that a lot of violence happened at the Peak, or just unusual things?
Violent included.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
violence included. So it's not unusual at the Peaks to hear shootings. Is that what you're
No.
saying?
No.
Okay. Listen, you said that you saw a young man walking down the sidewalk, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said you saw a young man, he had a gun in his hand, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said, but you didn't see no face.
No, I wasn't paying attention to the fact.
Okay. Did at any time the police officer ask you to identify anybody that you possibly saw?
No.
Did they ask you, could you identify the person with the gun in their hand?
No.
Okay. Now, you stated that as you was walking through the Peaks, dealing with the grounds area, correct? You said you saw what you believe to be a body laying, and where was the body laying in?
Laying behind the shed.
Behind the shed?
Yes.
Or is the shed in a breezeway or in a
No.
alleyway?
No.
Okay. And how far would you say that the Peaks apartment is from the CVS or Wendy's? How far?
Right next door.
Right next door.
Yes.
When you say, okay, 5 feet, 10 feet, how far could you estimate?
It's depending on what you're about, 5 feet, 10 feet. Because there's it's a fence right there with
Okay.
Wendy's. Then you got CVS next door to Wendy's. It's I'd say about, I would have say 5.
Well, let me ask you the question this way. How far away were you from the person who had the weapon?
How far from me?
Yeah, how far?
The person that had the weapon, I was like when he was walking by me, he about, say about 2 to 3 foot from him.
Okay,
Cause I'm picking near the sidewalk.
okay. You said that day, while you was at work, you said it was 2 police officers already on the ground, correct?
Yes,
And you said that they was in the back.
yes.
Did you walk back there yourself personally to get them, or did you call? And somebody,
I walked back there personally.
okay. And when you walked back there personally, you told them there was a body laying behind.
I told there's someone laying behind there, yes.
Okay. And what did they do at that time?
They got out their car and came back there. They rode back there and went back there.
Did you accompany them there?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You just went about your everyday business?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
You redirect?
No, yeah.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens.
No.
Yes, we can, but let's just decide whether we want to break for lunch. Mr. Lee, would you say your next witness is of comparable length or a longer? All right, well, how about, unless there's any strong feelings over here, let's take 5, come back and try to do one more witness before breaking for lunch.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, back in 5 is that.
Which one was that? Okay, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Charles is here. Yeah, I'm trying to see my first one. Okay. I don't know. I was writing down a whole bunch of notes. And a whole page full.
Remain seated, clerk, come to order.
All good?
Yeah, I mean, like, I hear you.
All right. Let's go ahead and bring in the jury.
All right, for the jury.
Yeah, Mr. Durant.
I got it. Oh.
All right, thank you, everybody. Statement calls next witness.
I know.
Arnold Durant.
Right.
All right.
End up right here. Just raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to the courtroom is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your first and last name, spell it out.
Arnold Durant, ARNOLD, Durant, DURANT.
And we got a little bit of morning left. Good morning, Mr. Durant. Where were you working on May 30th, 2018?
At the Peaks in Atlanta.
Okay. And where is the Peaks in Atlanta located?
Martin Luther King Boulevard.
Okay. And is it near, it's like Martin Luther King and Hamilton E. Holmes Drive? Is that
Yes.
that area? Okay. What county is that located in?
I'm not sure. I think it's Fulton.
Okay.
It's Fulton.
Okay. And it's okay if you're not sure. I want to direct your attention to May 30th, 2018. Did you observe anything that caught your attention?
Not particularly. Not particularly.
Okay. Did you at some point make contact with a police officer?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked to him about your observations that day?
Yes.
Why did you, what did you see that led you to talk to a police officer?
Well, actually, it was a discovery of a dead body.
Okay. And how did you come upon the dead body? What were you doing? Take us through that.
Prior to seeing the body, I was in the midst of my rounds that day, something we typically do each morning, which I was emptying or putting the garbage in the compactor.
Okay. And is that compactor loud?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened next?
Once I was finished, I headed towards the maintenance shop.
Okay. And what happened when you headed towards the maintenance shop?
I saw my coworker to my left. He was coming up like a driveway near a carport, and he was pointing in that direction.
Okay. And what did you do in response to him pointing in that direction?
Well, I looked over to where he was pointing, and that's where I discovered or saw the body.
Okay. How far were you from the body when you saw it?
I would say a little bit, maybe 10 feet.
Okay. Did you get any closer or anything like that?
No. It was a rail separating
Okay.
that area.
Did you hear any gunshots or anything?
While I was over at the dumpster at the time, I did.
Okay. Do you recall how many shots you heard?
Just one.
Okay. And you was able to hear that over the was the trash compactor operating at that particular time?
Yeah. At the time where it only makes a noise when when you ignite it, when you press the button to do it. But at the particular time, it was in between that time when I heard it.
Okay. And after you spoke to the police officer regarding what you saw, and did you also tell him about hearing the gunshot?
Yes.
Okay. So after you did that, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No. Other than the fact that once I saw it, I called the apartment manager,
Okay.
site manager.
Okay. So you called the apartment manager and told her what you were saying?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions, John.
Mr. Durant, how you doing?
All right. How are you?
Fine. Good morning. How's it going?
Same to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Durant, you stated that as of May 30, 2018, you was working at the Peak, correct?
Mhm.
And those are the apartments off Martin Luther King, you said Boulevard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long had you been working at the Peak?
At that time, it's hard to recall. It's hard for me to
Okay.
recall the amount of time.
I understand. Do you work at the Peak today?
No.
Okay. Now, it wasn't you yourself that discovered the body, it was your coworker.
Yes.
Okay. And how far away were you from your coworker when he first called you once he made that discovery?
As he was calling my attention to the area, he was pointing maybe 15, 20 yards or so.
Okay. And you say part of your duties, is taking the trash back and forth to the trash compactor, correct?
Actually, it was usually in the front of the compactor. So all I had to do was open the door and just start tossing it into the compactor.
So you tossing it into the compactor, and you said the compactor make a big boom.
No, it makes a noise, machine type of noise.
So
Is
it running? When you cut it on, is it running? Or when you cut it on, you put it in, it just make that noise that one time?
It's a process. It runs, but once it's finished compacting, it'll stop until it draws back and you can put more in it.
Okay, okay. And you stated that, was it before you activated the compactor or after you activated the compactor? Was it before or after that you heard the gunshot?
In that vicinity, I would say it was in the vicinity of, it was within the time frame of doing
so
it.
It was doing it. Was the compactor on at the time you heard the shot, or?
It could have been.
Okay. And you were sure that there was a gunshot that you heard?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And you said right after you heard the gunshot, what did you do next?
I continued.
Continue working?
Yes.
Was that one of those unusual things that happened at the Peak, gunshots?
I can't say it was unusual, but it wasn't it didn't feel like it was in my immediate area.
Okay.
But it was,
but you didn't see anything, correct?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You didn't identify anybody that day to the police?
No.
Okay. And when the police asked you if you made it, when they asked you about it, you said, I just only heard one gunshot.
Right.
Okay. While the compactor was running.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Durant.
This one is the excuse.
Yes, John.
All right, Mr. Durant, thank you for being here. You're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, right on the nose, 12 o'clock. Let's be back here and ready to go again at 1 o'clock. And again, you can feel free to stay here or venture out into the area to find lunch. Thank you.
All right, for the jurors.
What happened? I don't.
All right, anything from the state to take up before we break?
No, John. I will get with counsel regarding the remaining discovery such that if there's any issues, I believe he had. So, no, with you, Your Honor, no.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk with him over.
Okay, and then however we can get that to him so he can review it in private with his client. I know, Mr. Banks, we have that room.
We do.
We should have had that outfitted for you. The lights have been iffy, but I hope it works now. And then when we come back, you can let me know what you think after review of it and where we are and how best to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else on your part, Mr. Banks?
No.
All right, we'll see you at 1 o'clock.
I'll be back.
What was it?
What? I'm saying the original.
So we're gonna close
So she was going through.
Yeah.
Or you trying to get this out, sir?
Yes.
Okay, let me get out.
Your name is your client has been.
Huh?
You want
Jeff, you called him.
Huh?
I think you butt down.
Oh, that,
Yeah.
my bad. I don't even know what the phone is.
All good. He wants to see us?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You come back early. What time did he say come back?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock?
Wanna make sure you know what I'm gonna put in.
Yeah. Go, let me just look at this evidence real quick.
Yeah, so.
I'm about this.
So just sit down, we'll be right there.
The crime scene photos, shell case.
Yeah.
You know, all the stuff. That's on the photo.
Okay.
Garden,
It's coming up there.
the traffic stop.
Oh, that's what I want. Where's your?
Yeah. From 1 minute, 20 seconds to 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
What is it? I mean, saying anything like.
She tells him to get out the car, to put his finger on the machine. He's crying to the officer saying,
Hey, who is it?
"Address me over the phone or something." Something to that.
Hey, hey, how are you
And
doing?
he get back into the car. She walks up to the gray kid.
Okay.
There's a phone.
Did you get your invite?
And then I'm gonna stop it.
You hadn't got it yet? Oh, man, okay, okay. I've been asking for it. Some say they did, some say they
He
did.
says, it. No, they're not
Okay.
talking, yeah, they are, but not that good part.
Not that good. Okay.
Not
It's
that part.
gonna be
So I
text.
was going to,
And once you get text, I don't know how to do it.
phones have a different serial. number.
Once I get your number, then it comes through your number. I think it comes through the
I was
text
on fire.
invitation.
So I was-
Yeah.
I believe it's relevant. Well.
What's it relevant?
I mean, that's, so anytime, I mean, look, I don't have.
I'm gonna take a week off, but I'm gonna get,
The relevance.
yeah, but most important, I want you to get that invite.
Or. Like if the.
Because I want you there.
Okay,
all right, all right.
Like his thing is, he's chasing after him over his phone because he robbed him. I want to show that, this phone was fraudulent anyway. You robbing him over a fake phone. That's why I think it's right.
And what about he robbed us over a fake phone?
Yeah, so that's where
I mean, were they able to conclusively determine whether it was a fake phone?
just that,
I mean, there was a box and the box had a serial number and the phone had a different serial number.
and when he turned it on, he said it was using.
What's in here?
Just be agreed. I don't have time.
Go ahead.
Check it out. Okay.
Oh, now the GCIC stuff, I got off rough records here. LPR, it's always to the second.
That's pretty cool.
And the cell phone records,
So you got,
the autopsy photos.
you got,
I haven't seen you turn that.
you got this.
I haven't.
Crime scene, and then you got card, and then you got.
We might finish it. We might finish that.
Look, I'm gonna ask for a question.
GCIC.
Well, it's not so much like closing the bench. I mean, it's not so much that, just think.
Whatever, we'll call it in like 10 minutes before now.
We're gonna finish, I mean, to me, I think we can finish Thursday here.
Yeah.
I mean, so, I mean, I'm just gonna ask for some breaks to, if you. But I thought you were, I
It's
thought,
going faster than I thought.
it's going real fast. You know what I mean? It's going real fast. I'm sorry, let me get out.
Oh, no, you good, Councilman.
So any of that stuff?
Yeah, I ain't fighting you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't fighting you, Don. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Except when you start talking about GCICs. I didn't know what to do.
That wasn't intentional. Like, I didn't even.
Oh, I know it's not.
I mean, I worked 911. Did you know that? I used to work 911 for 5 years, and that's the system you pull up when you get people's driver's license. That's all that was. I didn't. But yeah. I think,
Yeah.
Let me see. Man, damn.
I thought I had the thumb drive here with me, but apparently. I don't.
oh, did you get those,
Can you open this door right here?
Is it locked?
Yeah. it's
It doesn't,
locked.
it don't need a key?
I don't have a key. I
You say your daughter was back in town?
No, she's not there. She's in Philadelphia doing an internship.
Oh, okay. Is she coming back?
She don't want to walk.
What?
Yeah, man. You know, those girls will break your heart.
Yeah,
You know,
they'll go find a job till they don't have to come back.
No, that's a true statement. They will go.
Court come to order, remain seated.
Hey, Judge.
Can we give a shout for the state out in the hallway?
It's going a little faster.
We're going fine. Yeah, no, we're doing fine. Thank you. All right, ready, Ms. Collier? All right, let's go back on the record. The jury is still out, but we are back from our lunch break. Mr. Collier is present, counselor present. Anything we should take up before bringing in the jury, and particularly on the issue of the reviewed recording of Ms. Jones?
Yeah, thank you, Judge. So I did have an opportunity to review it. Frankly, I'm still processing it. You know, I don't know. I think we're going to be okay. Part of me wants the night to sleep on it, just because it's fresh. In fairness, I met with the state during the break as well, and you know, there have been a number of discovery productions, and I think out of an abundance of caution, Mr. Lee, who is newly assigned to the case, was making sure that we had everything. Apparently, it was provided on the 7th of this month. And so I had been working off of the thumb drive. I mean, I received it electronically. I can't say that I didn't receive it. I just had not reviewed it. And so, you know, that was last week. And I can tell you before last week, in reviewing all of the discovery prior to that, we had not received it. And so a part of me just needs more time to process that issue, Judge. In fairness to Mr. Collier, I did review it. I've been talking to Mr. Walker about it. I do think that it is likely not going to be a problem. A part of me needs the night to sleep on it.
Sure. So thank you for clarifying that. Did you get a chance to listen to it over the lunch break, at least have some idea of what's on there?
Yeah.
All right. And you did, I think we'd already talked about this before. You had a prior transcript during a deposition that she had done.
I did have a transcript of her deposition, but from the transcript, I had not.
This issue wasn't brought up in the
Yeah,
in the
that issue
transcript.
was not.
All right. And so what it sounds like to me we ought to do, and Mr. Lee, I'll let you jump in here if you want to add something, is we'll keep Ms. Jones under the auspices of the subpoena. So if you could have your investigator just give her a call to let her know that she probably won't be back due here today, but it's still possible that she could be called back Thursday. And we'll just touch back in on the issue Thursday. It seems to me that the defense has certainly kind of kept their powder dry by reserving openings. So it seems like there's still multiple avenues. Again, I really don't know. And that would have to be articulated as how it would impact, strategy. And so we can get into that when it comes, if it is going to be a material issue. But I think for now, we can charge ahead, and it's always, she's going to be still available as a witness for the defense case or for state and rebuttal.
And so and the reason why I say I need the time to rest on it is, I mean, we're moving a little faster than what we both anticipated. I mean, it's the state's case, and I just assumed that, you know, he'd be done with this case maybe early Thursday. But apparently we may be done. I mean, he may be done with this case today.
And if that's the case, I'm not going to sit here and if it's 4 o'clock, say, well, by God,
Okay.
we can't, we have to, you know, that's fine. We're just going to get a nice hour siesta if we end at 4.
Thank you.
And, you know, we might still advise Mr. Collier of his rights and try to get some, in terms of whether he's going to testify, maybe get some clarification there so we can plan out our day Thursday.
Okay.
Maybe we can do kind of like a preliminary charge conference.
Yeah.
But that's also, there's a long way between here and 5 o'clock. So let's see what happens, right?
Sounds good.
Okay. Anything else you want to add, Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor, I do apologize, but the need to use the restroom just hit me just now.
All right.
I was like 2 minutes.
Well, you got it.
Thank you.
Let's hold off for 2.5 minutes, Deputy, and then we'll.
No, it's not cold. You're gonna get.
So, he gonna be introducing.
All rise for the jurors. President Council.
All right, thank you. Welcome back from lunch, members of the jury. If there's nothing that you'd like to take up or ask, then we will get back to the evidence. So, Mr. Lee, state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Gilberto Wood.
Pronounce that name again, Mr. Lee.
Gilberto
Uh-oh.
Wood.
Wood.
Yes.
Mr. Lee, do you have an update for us?
Oh, is he out? Yeah.
You're supposed to-
Gilberto Wood. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, someone was under it.
Raise your right hand. Please swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to the courtroom is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
I know.
State your first and last name, spell it out, and speak loud into the mic.
Okay. First name is Gilberto, that's Gilberto. Last name is Wood, Wood.
And Mr. Wood, how are you currently employed?
I am currently a cybersecurity engineer.
Okay. And how are you employed on May 30th, 2018?
I work for the Atlanta Police Department as a crime scene technician.
Okay. And what are your duties? What were your duties as a crime scene technician?
My duties were to preserve evidence and collect evidence and photograph evidence as is on a crime scene.
Okay. And did you have occasion to respond to the Peaks Apartments on May 30th, 2018, located at 2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard?
Yes, I did.
And what county is that in?
Fulton.
Why did you respond there?
To a homicide.
Okay. And did you also respond to the Wendy's located at 35 E Holmes Drive?
Yes, I did.
Excuse me, Hamilton E Holmes Drive. Okay. And to the best of your recollection, where is the Wendy's located in relation to the Peaks Apartments?
It is literally basically right in front of it. You could just take a little walking path and you're right back into the apartment area.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 6 through 21. Give the defense counsel a chance to look at them, and I'll approach you. Okay. 6/21. Penny, what's been marked as 6/21, take a minute and look at those and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And do you recognize Stakes Exhibit 6/21?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are the photos I took on the day of the incident.
And do they fairly and accurately reflect what you observed at the Peaks Apartments and at the Wendy's on May 30th, 2018?
Yes, they do.
Judge, we have no objection to their admission.
Okay, well, at this time, I would seek to admit Stakes Exhibit 6/21. Your Honor.
All right, 6/21 are admitted without objection.
Okay, and permission to publish.
Ma'am.
And while we're going to pull up those photographs on the screen there, while we're doing that, Mr. Wood, I also have a copy of your report. Did you bring one with you?
Not physically. I have a digital copy with me.
Okay. Would it help to refresh your recollection from this report if you need to?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So right now we're publishing Stakes Exhibit number 6. What is Stakes Exhibit number 6?
Here's a photo of the area where some of the incident occurred.
Okay. And in the middle of the screen, you see that black object?
Yes, the black book bag.
Okay. And go on Stakes Exhibit number 7. States Exhibit number 7, what are we looking at there?
That is a close-up view of the book bag with marker number 2 identified as a piece of evidence.
Okay. I'm gonna pass you what's been marked there as Stakes Exhibit 24.
Okay.
These gloves there is that you put on a pair. Get some scissors for you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize States Exhibit 24?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It has the complaint number on it. It has the address on it. It has the victim's name on it. It also is in my handwriting with a date and time, and my initials are on the back of the bag, showing that I'm the one that handled and sealed this evidence.
And what is that piece of evidence?
This is a book bag.
Okay. Is that the same book bag that was depicted in State's Exhibit 6 and 7?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Judge, we have no objection to its submission.
State would tender State's Exhibit 24 at this time.
Admitted without objection.
Okay. Permission to publish.
You
right. Mr. Wood, could you cut open that bag?
Yes, I could. Want to take it out?
Yeah. And this is the black bag you collected?
Yes.
And referring you back to the computer screen, put that back in the bag for us.
Yes, I could.
Matter of fact, speed up. We'll do that for you from now on, all right?
Okay.
State's Exhibit number 8. What's in that photograph?
This is showing the wooded area, and it has a checkered shirt laying in the woods.
And what is State's Exhibit number 9 showing?
This is showing that that shirt has been marked with marker number 1, showing it as evidence. It's the same checkered shirt that's in the wood line.
Okay. Go to the next photograph. State's Exhibit number 10. What are we looking at?
The markers 3 and 4 with cell phones. Marker 3 is representing a cell phone as well as marker 4.
Okay. And next photograph. State's Exhibit number 11.
Marker 3 with a close up of the cell phone.
Okay. And marker State's Exhibit 12. What are we looking at?
Marker 4 with a close up of the cell phone.
Okay. Next photograph. State's Exhibit number 5. What are we looking at?
This is marker number 5, showing the glasses as evidence as well.
Okay.
If I may,
Excuse me.
State's Exhibit number 5.
Excuse me, State's Exhibit 13. What are we looking at?
Is marked as not marker number 5 as glasses that were found on the scene.
Next photograph. State's Exhibit 14.
Close up of marker number 5 with the glasses.
State's Exhibit 15. What are we looking at?
This is just showing the overall of the other location, the Wendy's. This is just showing the overall of how that location looks.
Okay. State's Exhibit 16. What are we looking at?
Once again, you're looking at an overall of the other location, showing that there's a CVS next to the Wendy's. This is all in the same area, just an overall of the location once again.
Okay. And is there something kind of yellow in the middle?
There's another marker. I cannot see the number clearly yet.
Okay. State's Exhibit 17. What are we looking at?
Once again, you're overall of showing the location where you see the Wendy's, and then you can see a apartment building in the backdrop as well.
Okay. State Exhibit 18. What's State Exhibit 18?
Once again, it's overall showing that there's a marker in the parking lot marking evidence.
Next photograph. And State Exhibit 19. What is that?
This is marker number 8, showing a shell casing that's on the scene.
On the scene of where?
On the scene at the Wendy's location, the parking lot.
Okay. State Exhibit 20.
This is showing the location again. I think it's showing just behind the CVS.
Okay. And State Exhibit 21.
Showing once again behind the CVS, just from another direction.
Just 26.
Yeah, 26.
This is the shell casing.
Approaching with what's previously been marked as State Exhibit 26.
Okay.
As you take a moment, look at it and let me know if you recognize it.
Okay. Yes, I recognize this bag.
Okay, what is it?
It is a evidence bag marked as 9mm shell casing.
Okay. And so before we talk further about that, walk us through the procedures for when you collect evidence. How do you do that?
So whenever we're collecting evidence, first we want to photograph the location as you've seen with the photos as is, and then we'll photograph without a marker, then we'll photograph with a marker. So the whole goal is to not touch anything until everything is photographed and marked and left as is. And once we have photographed and marked everything, then we will begin to collect that evidence.
Okay. So in this, did you follow those procedures in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the point when you collected that piece of evidence, you had already photographed everything?
Yes.
Okay. And you previously indicated that State's Exhibit 26 is the shell casing you collected?
Yes, it's a 9mm shell casing.
Okay. And how do you recognize that as something that you collected?
Once again, if you look on the outside of the bag, it has the complaint number, has the marker number, the type of offense that occurred, the victim's name, has my name as recovered by, and then it has a time and date on it as well for when it was recovered. And if you look on the back, it has my initial saying I'm the one that sealed this bag, I'm the one that collected it. So that's how I identified as something that I recovered.
State seeks to admit State's Exhibit 26 at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
You go ahead and cut it open for me.
Okay.
And what is contained in that envelope?
The shell casing would be inside this bag right here.
Okay, go ahead and cut that open. And this is the shell casing that you collected at Wendy's?
Yes.
Put it back in the bags. Showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 22.
Okay.
What is State's Exhibit 22?
This is stating that marker number 3 was an iPhone, so this would be an iPhone inside this bag.
Okay. And again, it is that an item you collected?
Yes, it has the same markings that are stated with the other one, the case number, the time, the date, my name on the front of it saying I'm the one that collected, and also my initials on the back saying I'm the one that sealed this evidence.
Okay. State seeks to admit State's Exhibit 22 at this time, yeah.
No objection.
Admitted.
Go ahead and cut open that bag for us, please. Showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. You recognize State's Exhibit 23?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
Once again, is case number marked as marker number 4 as iPhone, time and date, has my name on it as well as being recovered by me. And once again, it is signed and sealed by me on the back, stating that I'm the one that collected this evidence.
State seeks to admit, State Exhibit, I'm sorry, which one is that?
This one is 23.
State Exhibit, State's 23.
Admitted.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25.
Mhm.
Recognize State's Exhibit 25?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
Case number is saying stated as marker number 1 as a checkered shirt, has the time and date, has my name on it as well, recovered by me. And on the back, it has my initial showing I'm the one that recovered and sealed this bag.
State seeks to admit State's Exhibit 24.
This is 20. I think this is 25.
Oh,
not
that's,
24.
I'm 25.
All right, and without objection, it is admitted.
Cut it open for me.
Gotcha.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 50. Now, State's Exhibit 50.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's marked as number 5 as the glasses.
How do you recognize it?
Once again, is marker number, case number, time and date, recovered by me on the front. And on the back, once again, is sealed by me with my initial showing I'm the one that collected and sealed this evidence.
Can you cut it open, please? And the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit number 50.
No objection. Admitted.
He's a little loose. So
Yeah, I will.
And Mr. Wood, after you collect that evidence, what do you do with it? After you package it, what do you do with it?
Once the evidence has been packaged and if any further processing needs to be done to the evidence, once all that is completed, we then, like I said, put barcodes on it, put it in our evidence book, and then we take it out to the evidence property unit and turn it in as evidence so it can be properly stored until further notice.
Okay. And the place that you store it is called the evidence unit, or?
Well, it's the APD property.
Okay.
But that's where we take evidence once we're done with it. Once it's been processed, tagged, and everything properly, we submit it there so it can be properly stored and protected.
Okay. And could anybody off the street just walk into that room and take what they want?
No.
Okay.
It is inside a building where they have to go past our actual officers, and you got to have badges and everything to get through those different levels. I can't even, once I submit it, I can't even go back there.
Okay. And did you take any further actions in relation to this case?
No.
Okay. Those are the questions. Yeah.
Mr. Wood, how are you?
Good, and you, sir?
Doing well. My name's Gabe Banks, and I represent Mr. Collier in this case. I just have a few questions.
Yes, sir.
Just to try to understand your process a little better.
Mhm.
You get called out to a scene by homicide.
Yes. Usually the responding officer will call us, but if it's a homicide, usually homicide raises us to the scene.
Okay. And so that's what happened. I mean, do you recall what happened in this case? Was it the homicide detective or?
I'm not 100% sure, but 90% of the time when it's a homicide raises us. They arrive on the scene first, and then we arrive once they get there.
But by the time you get to the scene and it's a homicide, the homicide detectives have kind of walked through the scene and to assist you in directing you to collect evidence. Is that fair?
Yes, they've usually already did a walkthrough of most areas. It all depends on on if they need a search warrant or something to go inside a particular part of the road.
Okay, fair enough. Search warrant's a little different. This case was not a search warrant case, right? Not
that I remember, no.
Not that you were involved with, right?
No, not as far as search warrants. No, I wouldn't be involved in that, no.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that when you get to the scene, homicide or somebody in that division is pointing out to you areas to take photographs of?
Yes, usually they give us some direction on what areas they want to be, what areas could be of importance. But as a crime scene technician, we also trained on making sure we photograph everything that like in the general area.
Sure.
And then we start zooming in on things that are more pertinent to the case, such as certain pieces of evidence.
Okay. Are those certain pieces of evidence, however, pointed out to you prior to you photographing them?
Yes, in general, most of the time that they are. Sometimes we get there and we find things further that they did not see, but generally once we get there, they have already found most of the stuff that needs to be photographed.
So for example, the shell casing that was found in the Wendy's parking lot, I'm assuming that shell casing was pointed out to you by one of the homicide detectives who was there on the scene prior to photographing.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And so once that's pointed out to you, you take a picture of it in its raw form, that is in the position that you see it, true?
Yes.
And then you put a placard on it, which is a numbered kind of yellow thing. And then you photograph it again, true?
Yes.
And after you photograph it with the placard and the number, you then pick it up, put it in a bag, and you bag and tag it like you've done most of all the other evidence?
Yes, I do.
Okay, did that happen in this case with all the pieces of evidence that have been bagged and tagged?
Yes.
Barring the photographs, which you just have a camera out there taking photographs, true?
Yeah. I will have the camera out there on any scene I go to.
Okay, whether it's a homicide scene or some other. Scene.
Whether it's a minor case like a burglary
Sure.
or something that's major as a homicide, how I tell what I did was through photos. That's how I tell my part of the story, what I seen.
And when you're taking photos, you try to take a wide view and then as an orientation photograph, and then if there's a specific piece of evidence, you then take a more narrow photograph of that particular piece of evidence so that you can tell your story.
Yes, that's the hope. We do overall, a mid-range, and a close-up when it's when a particular piece of evidence. But we try to take the whole area to show, okay, like you seen how you had the Wendy's, you had the CVS, then from another angle, you can see the Wendy's in the apartment building. So for when we come to court, the people that weren't there can see what I was seeing.
Okay.
And then, like I said, particular piece of evidence, we go overall mid-range close-up to show orientation of how that evidence looked in that particular location.
Did anyone assist you with processing the scene?
Not that I remember. We do have, usually when it's homicide, we have other technicians that will come out, but they are literally just there to, like, if I need an extra bag, they go get the bags. As far as the actual evidence and photographs, I was the only one that did that. But if I say I need more bags, they'll go get it. If I need more tape, they'll go get it. They are there for those type of assisting situations.
Sure. And I know you said that to the extent that evidence is pointed out to you, if you see additional evidence, just as a result of being on the crime scene, you'll also take photographs of the additional evidence that wasn't necessarily pointed out. Is that fair?
Yes, we will take additional photos. We will mark it. We'll let them know, look, we found this. It's not too far away from this piece of evidence. It may have just been overlooked. And we'll make sure, 'cause that's what we do. Once we get out, we look further for more evidence, more clues, whatever we can find. And if we see something, we will let them know we found this, we want to mark this, and we'll talk about it and go from there.
Fair enough. Did that happen in this case, if you know?
Not that I remember, no. I think pretty much the homicide investigators had already found everything that was needed to be found there.
Okay, fair enough. And so state's exhibit number, I believe it's 21, is on the screen in front of you.
Okay.
You see that? That is a photograph of the drive-through leading up to the pharmacy there at the CVS, true?
Yes.
Okay. Did you walk that area?
Yes.
Okay. And so as you're walking that area, you're looking for other evidence as well?
Yes.
Did you find any other evidence?
Not in this particular area right here, no.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Did you walk the grassy area?
Yes.
You remember specifically walking the grass area?
Yes, because I have a process. And the reason I can say I know I did this, every crime scene I go through, I walk my entire crime scene. I walk from where I was told it may have started to where it may have ended.
Okay.
And I walk it completely. I take my time, I look over things because I know stuff can be overlooked. So I have a process that I always follow. Okay. And I do walk my locations because somebody could have said they seen something running over here and something could have happened over here. So I just check the entire area. Okay. That's just a process that I always apply to any scene that I went to.
So point out to the jury what grassy area you walked through and where you were looking for evidence.
I would have right along here, I would have walked along the edge here. And then if you come around, there would have been another like sidewalk that could have took you back to the apartments. That would have been another grassy area.
There's more of overgrown trees and debris. Did you go back up in that area right there? Or did you just kind of look in the grassy area?
No, I went along the edge right here. Yes.
Okay. Do you have your report with you?
Yes.
Is it reflected in your report that you went up in the grassy area?
No, I did not put it. I walked into the grassy area. No, I did not put that in my report.
Okay. Do you generally document that in your report if you put it? I mean, if you do it?
If I find something in there, I will do it. But if I'm just walking it and see anything else, no, I wouldn't put that in there.
In terms of documentation, one of the things that you are required to do or how you're trained is to document things, true?
Yes.
And have you ever heard of the saying, if you don't document it, it didn't happen?
Yes, I've heard that before.
That's how you were trained, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it came up in training, certainly, did it not?
Yeah, we document everything we post to see, yeah.
So to the extent that it's not in your report
Mhm.
that you walked up alongside the grassy area,
Mhm.
you're telling me that from 5 years ago, you remember out of all the crime scenes you worked,
Mhm.
that you did it in this case?
Because I say I have a process.
Okay.
That's what I'm going back to. I go back to the process that I personally do. I was trained this way. I wasn't the only one that does this. I have other people that train me along the way, that we check the entire area. We walk the area. If they say people are running this way, we walk that area. If we don't see anything, we don't see anything. We see for some more, we see something else, we mark it, but we walk the area. So that's what I'm saying I did.
Okay. What about those bushes on the side of the building? Did you look in those bushes?
I could not remind you. Like I said, I walked the area, but I could not say for sure if I looked in those particular bushes.
You have a specific memory of looking in the grassy area. But
I have
not
a particular-
let me finish my question. You have a specific memory of,
Okay.
of looking in the grassy area, but you do not recall specifically as to whether or not you looked in the bushes.
I would walk along here and I would walk along here. So if I'm walking along, I would look down towards the bushes, but did I push the bushes apart and look down in them? No. I walked along the edge. Just like I said, I would walk along the edge here.
Okay. And when you say the edge, you're talking about the edge of, let me be more clear if I can. And I don't mean to turn my back to the jury, but when you say edge, you're talking about this edge here?
Well, for here, I would go through here, and I would come up a little more, I would walk through here. And then coming from here, I would walk right down through here.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did any officer point out to you and say, hey, we want you to look up in this grassy area because we think that there may be some evidence up there? Did that happen in this case?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay, so you did that on your own accord?
Yes.
Okay, and so you not only walked alongside this cement edge, which is kind of the, what is that, the curb right there?
The curb, yes.
But you also stepped up on the curb into the grass and walked alongside the grassy area where the debris is kind of overflowing.
Yeah, that's what I would normally do because a shell casing is probably about this big. It can easily get lost in the grass. So I would walk along here just to see if I see anything else.
Let me ask you, did you have a drug dog out there?
I would not have called it. That would be homicide. So that part would not be nothing that I would remember.
Okay, so you didn't have one personally?
No.
And by drug dog, I don't just mean a dog that's known to search for or sniff for drugs, but also a canine that can actually search for ballistics and things like that.
Yeah, that would be the officers and the homicide investigators would be the ones that would call that out.
Okay. You, at the time that you were on the scene, did you ever see a canine?
Can't remember.
Okay, fair. Okay. I can just have a moment, Judge. Yeah. Did you take photographs of inside the Wendy's in this case?
Yes.
Did you collect blood evidence inside the Wendy's?
I collected reddish stains, yes.
Did you submit those things to GBI, or do you know whether or not those things were actually submitted to GBI?
I submitted them to the APD property unit as evidence.
Fair. Did someone direct you to inside the Wendy's?
Yes.
And why were you directed inside the Wendy's?
Because they seen reddish stains inside the Wendy's and they wanted us to go in and check that.
By who? I mean, if one of the homicide detectives saw reddish stains?
That would be a homicide detective, either one of the officers on scene that would have let me know that they had something that they wanted me to look into.
Were you familiar? I mean, did they tell you that possibly the victim who was shot in this case actually went inside the Wendy's at some point in time?
I believe they think something happened around the Wendy's.
I mean, I'm not offering it for its truth. I'm trying to figure out why he was inside the Wendy's. So, it's not really being offered for the truth. And by definition, that would not be hearsay.
Well, I think then that redirect us to relevance. And I think he said he's in the Wendy's because he was told to by the homicide detective.
Sure. And so you actually specifically took photographs of the Wendy's in the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take any other photographs inside the Wendy's?
I may have just took some overalls from my way coming into the Wendy's. That's about it.
By the time that you got to the scene,
Mhm.
was the individual who suffered from a gunshot wound still on the scene?
I do not remember that individual being on scene, though.
Okay. You don't remember in this case,
Sure, I can actually,
you can look at that, right?
the victim was not on scene. So yeah, I did not photograph because we normally would photograph the victim if they're on scene.
Okay.
So I did not take any photographs of the victim.
All right. But you certainly took photographs in every wooded area that you were directed to.
Yes, I did.
And to the extent that there were some additional grassy and wooded areas that, I mean, what I'm hearing you say is that there was no other evidence that you saw such that photographs were required.
No.
No, as in I'm right about that, or
No,
you agree with that, or-
no other areas that I needed to photograph. There was nothing else was pointed out to me about homicide. I didn't see anything else that I needed to photograph that day.
Okay. And your job was not to take any witness statements, true?
No, I don't take witness statements or any type of victim statements or anything like that.
You didn't open up any of the phones to try to determine what if anything was in them?
No.
Did you dust any of the ballistics or the shell casing that you recovered for prints?
Yes, the shell casing was processed for fingerprints.
Okay. And you don't conduct the test of the prints, do you? You
No.
just process.
Yeah, once I process them, if I find a fingerprint, I will lift that print off the surface. Then I will submit it to the Atlanta Police Department latent print examiners, and they will analyze that print.
So you process the shell casing in this case. Is it true, sir, that ultimately no prints were detected?
Yes, I actually have it in my report that there were no latent prints of value recovered from the shell casing.
All right. I just need one more sentence. And to the extent that you took photographs of some glasses and the checkered shirt, and cell phones, was it your understanding at that point you were taking photographs of that area and those things because that is where the alleged victim was found or had traversed or crossed over at some point?
Yeah, I was understood that something occurred in the area. That's why evidence was there. Yes.
Okay. All right. I think those are my questions, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, Young.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Okay.
Can you identify your juror number for the record? Yes, sir.
Can we see the book bag? We only saw one side of it. I'd like to see that.
Let me get with counsel first. All right, so just to inform the jury as a whole, in the way we're conducting this particular trial, I'm afraid there isn't an opportunity for the jurors to be asking individual questions of the witnesses or in between the evidence. That being said, there are certain exhibits that you will have the opportunity to have back in the jury room, and we anticipate that this book bag will be one of them. All right, so the state can call their next witness.
Yes, John. State calls Lemuel Gardner.
Raise your hand. You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to the court, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. State your first and last name, spell it out, and speak out into the mic.
Yes, sir. First name is Lemuel, last name Gardner. Lemuel is Lemuel. Last name Gardner, Gardner.
And Mr. Gardner, how are you currently employed?
Currently, right now, self-employed at the defense contracting.
Okay. And how are you employed on May 31st, 2018?
Police officer for the city of Atlanta.
Okay. And what were your duties as a police officer for the city of Atlanta?
Just basic patrol, answering 911 calls.
Okay. And were you post certified at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And did part of your duties include initiating traffic stops?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall initiating the traffic stop on a gray Kia on May 31st, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you initiate that traffic stop?
The car that was the subject of the stop was illegally parked on a street.
Okay. And how so?
It was parked in the far left lane on Peachtree Center, which is a one-way. It's not supposed to be parked there. It's supposed to be moving in the lane of travel.
Okay. And so when you saw that, did you observe anything else?
Yes, I observed the vehicle stopping, parking, and a male came up to the vehicle, a large sum of money, cash in his hand, and he was doing some type of transaction with the driver.
Okay. Did you ultimately make contact with the driver?
Yes.
And who was the driver?
The defendant, Mr. Collier.
Okay. Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. Can you point him out and identify a piece of clothing he's wearing?
Yes, Mr. Collier is wearing a black blazer and a white shirt.
Okay. When you made contact with Mr. Collier, did you observe anybody else in the vehicle?
No.
Okay. And did you ask Mr. Collier for his driver's license?
Yes.
And how did he respond to that?
Mr. Collier didn't have it.
Okay. Did you take any steps to identify Mr. Collier?
Yes.
Well, let me ask, did you simply ask him his name?
I believe so.
Do you recall if you were able to identify him based on the information he gave you?
Yes, sir.
You do recall that?
I do recall getting the information, sir.
Okay. And did anybody else respond out to that location?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have a copy of your report?
Not in front of me, sir.
Okay. And if I was to show you your report, would it refresh your recollection as to who else came out there?
I believe so, sir.
Okay. And may we approach Your Honor?
Let's try to record this one.
And best I could.
And do you recall what officer came out to assist you?
Yes, Officer Sabinski, I believe.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, the state will seek to publish states exhibit, seek to admit states exhibit 48.
Well, let's describe it this first.
Okay, yes, states exhibit 48 is a body cam footage of Officer Sabinski when she arrived on scene.
It's depicting the events, an issue with this officer's testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, any objection to the admission of State's Exhibit 48?
No, Judge.
All right, State's, without objection, State's Exhibit 48 is admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Can we approach real fast, real quick? I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Come on, right.
And for the record, I'm actually gonna start a little further than what I indicated in this, just for time's sake. We're gonna publish from 1 minute, 49 seconds.
All right, just step out for me. Fine. Just stay right there, all right? All right, you can have a seat. Go ahead. Yeah.
And, on 6 Exhibit 48, I'm directing your attention to the middle of the screen here. I'm just pointing on this screen so that the jury can see it. What are we looking at here? What kind of car is this?
It's a Kia.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
A Kia.
Okay. And what's can you see that tag number down there?
A little bit.
Okay. Read it out for me.
RIM 2128.
Okay. And what's up here on top of the trunk?
It looks like a white box.
Okay. And do you know what this box contained at the time?
On the scene?
Yeah.
I think it was maybe a cell phone. I'm sorry, a cell phone? Look like a cell phone.
And what's in this officer's hand?
It looks like his phone.
Okay. Do you know if it was his phone or one of the phones that came out the boxes? Do you remember?
I think it might have been his personal phone.
Okay. Did you find anything else inside the car? And refresh your recollection if you need to, please.
Yes, I found some shell casings, bullets, a box, gun box, for a Glock, a firearm, some other miscellaneous items.
Regarding cell phones, and when you say shell case, I want you to refer to your report. Are you talking about an actual shell casing? That meaning just a casing and no bullet inside? What type of ballistics did you specifically find?
Bullets.
Okay. So a whole intact bullet?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall there being any cell phones in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, you testified earlier that you observed, or excuse me, because I honestly can't remember. When you first made contact with Mr. Carr, you stated that you saw a man with a large sum of cash, right?
Yes.
What did you see Mr. Collier with?
With?
Yes.
At the time, he had something in his hand. It looked like a cell phone or a couple boxes of cell phones or.
Okay. And is that reflected in your report?
That's what you saw?
Yes.
Okay. And how many cell phones did you find inside the vehicle? Use your report to refresh your recollection if you need to.
We found 3 boxes, and I think it was another cell phone that was out of a box, but I think it was three cell phones.
Okay. And you indicated that you saw a firearm box.
Yes.
And what was the manufacturer of that firearm box?
The box was for a Glock.
Okay. Did you find an actual handgun
No.
inside the vehicle? Did you inquire to Mr. Collier as to, did you ask him where the gun was located?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He stated it was at his cousin's house.
Okay. And did you ask him about how he obtained the cell phones?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He stated that he had bought them from someone.
Did he say whether or not he went to a store and bought these items, or did he say something else?
Specifically, he said he bought them from someone on the corner. I believe we asked him how many he bought, and then he said he paid for it by doing hair, I think.
Okay. And when you say the corner, are you referring to the street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he bought them from some guy off the street, is what he told you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the time that you pulled Mr. Collier over, was you aware of any connection he may have had with the homicide the day before?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you subsequently release Mr. Collier with a citation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you allow him to keep everything you found in the car?
I believe so, sir.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for Officer Carr.
Mr. Gardner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I remember you. I remember your accent.
Oh.
Yeah, we had a hearing. Listen, on the day in question, when you stopped Mr. Collier, in your report, you said basically he was traffic violation, correct?
Correct.
But prior to the traffic violation, you stated in your report that you saw another male there and a possible transaction was going on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you stated what alerted you with the transaction is that you saw a man with a wad of money.
Yes, sir.
And that man with a wad of money was doing a transaction. And was that man that you saw with the wad of money, is the fact that he was giving those funds to Mr. Collier?
Could you repeat that last question?
Let me make it simple. The wad of money you saw, the transaction, did you see that man that you saw, he was giving those funds to Mr. Collier?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the transaction. And that alerted you?
The transaction?
The transaction did.
Alerted me to?
Well, to stop Mr. Collier.
No, it was the vehicle stopped in the left lane is what alerted me.
Okay. So the vehicle stop alerted you, right? And the person who you saw with the transaction, you didn't hold that person at all, correct?
No, I don't remember holding for an extensive amount of time.
You didn't ask him any questions?
Maybe the other officer did. I don't recall asking him any questions.
But at some point you all released that person?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you get any information, name, address?
I believe the other officer may have collected that.
Okay, and he was cleared?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at any time was Mr. Collier unpleasant? Was he uncooperative at any time?
At some points in the stop, yes, sir.
Uncooperative how?
Not physically. Just sometimes gave us a hard time with answering questions. But for the most part, when he gave us what we needed when we asked. Just kind of hard to get the information sometimes or asking for things.
Okay, you're seeking information and you're saying that you didn't get information that you wanted at the time, correct?
Yeah.
But you got enough information from him that you stated that he didn't have a license, correct?
He has a license, he didn't have it with him.
But he didn't have it with him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't until you did I think you said a fingerprint scan?
Could you repeat that, sir?
I said it wasn't until we called for the assistant with a print scanner to do a fingerprint scan?
Yes, we called for a unit for the fingerprint scanner.
And once you ran the scan, he was cleared, no warrants, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
And once he had no warrants, you all released him, right?
Yes, sir. Well, we gave him a citation, I believe, and then we released him.
Okay, and it wasn't illegal for the person who you stopped with Mr. Carter to have a wad of money in his hand, is it?
I believe not in the amount he had, no.
Well, is there a crime to have wad of money in your pocket?
No, sir.
That's not a crime, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, and it's not a crime to sell iPhones if they're not stolen, correct?
I don't know, sir.
Well, did you charge him with stealing iPhones?
No, it wasn't for the iPhone, sir. No, we didn't charge him for stealing iPhones.
Okay, did you charge him with selling illegal iPhones?
No, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Collier hadn't committed no crime, correct?
Other than the traffic violation?
Other than the traffic violation?
Yes, sir.
That was it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this happened on May 31st of 2018, right? You have your report?
Yes, sir. March 31st, 2018.
Now,
Objection, Your Honor, I think that misstates the.
I'm sorry, you're right, May 31st. I apologize. May.
Okay.
Yeah, I said March and you went right along with me. Okay, I apologize. So this one was May 31st, 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and normally when you make a traffic stop and you give out a citation, you do a report. Is that correct?
No, sir.
You don't always do a report?
No, sir.
So is it fair to say that you didn't initially do a report on that stop right away?
We did a report on the stop.
Okay, when did you do it? The same day, the next day, the day after?
I can't recall when we did it.
Is it in your report? Look in the
sir.
left-hand corner. Printed date.
Yes, it was done the 24th.
Okay, and you yourself did it on the 24th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, the 24th of what?
June.
So you stopped it on May 31st, and it wasn't until June 24th that you actually did the report yourself?
Yes, sir.
Why so late?
I was supplemental officer, so it was a supplemental report.
So you did a supplement. Was that at the request of another officer or of a supervisor?
Can't recall, but supplements usually do come sometime after the original report.
Okay, and do you normally do a supplement report on a citation?
You can. That wasn't normal for me, but I've.
Let me go back.
Sorry.
I understand your explanation. I'm just asking a question. You have that yes or no, you can explain it any way you want.
Okay.
Do you normally do a supplement report on a citation?
No.
Okay. But in this case, you did?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you explain why.
Typically, I don't do a supplemental because everything is typically in the initial report.
Okay. But in the initial report, but you didn't do an initial report, so therefore you had to do the supplement, correct?
No, I wasn't the initial officer. I was a supporting officer.
Okay.
That's why I didn't.
Okay. Did the supporting officer, to your knowledge, do a supplemental report as well?
I was a supporting officer, sir.
You the supporting officer.
Yes,
Did the original officer do a supplemental report?
I can't recall.
You can't recall? Okay. Now, these loose bullets that were found in the car, were they found in the box or they were found in the vehicle?
There was some in the box and there was some in the vehicle.
Do you know how many bullets it was?
Several.
Several bullets. And were those bullets turned over? Or did you keep them for evidence, the bullets?
Not that I recall.
Oh, so you left the bullets where they were?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you stated that Mr. Collier said he bought the phones from a man on the corner, right?
Yes, sir.
You had no reason not to believe that, correct?
I found it kind of weird, but no,
That's not unusual in the city of Atlanta, is it?
I'm not from here, sir.
Where you from?
I'm from Brooklyn, New York.
Oh, come on. That's 10 times worse. Huh? Brooklyn, New York. They selling on not the corner every step. And it's not unusual, is it? In Brooklyn, New York.
I don't think so.
We somewhat little New York now, right?
Yeah.
Right?
I'm from New York.
Yeah. Yeah, we got all that crime they got. Okay. But he wasn't committing any kind, I mean, buying phones from somebody on the corner is not a crime, correct?
Not that I know of, sir.
And you didn't charge him with that, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And when it's all said and done, basically he was just stopping up your traffic area and you gave him a ticket for that, citation for that, correct?
You cited him for his charges.
And you cited him for that traffic charge, did you? And at the time when you got information name, there was no warrant out on him at all, correct?
No, sir.
And you was comfortable when you all released him because there was no warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Officer Gardner. Appreciate it. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Thank you, Officer Gardner.
Any redirect, Mr. Lee?
Officer Gardner, do you recall if a Detective Kleinhans contacted you and asked you about this traffic stop you initiated?
Yes, sir.
And did he ask you to write a report?
I believe so, sir.
Okay. And is that why you wrote the report?
Yes, sir.
Because he asked you to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gardner.
And maybe approach, just briefly.
All right, folks, we're going to need about a 15-minute break here, comfort break, and we'll be back to resume the state's case at that time. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
And Mr. Lee, why don't you, you can go ahead and take leave. I wanted to lay out the bench conference just for the record. So you can go ahead and leave. I think I can do that here with Mr. Trepanier.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm fine. I mean, I'll be okay. I mean, I'm gonna go, but.
Okay. Well, everyone, please be seated. I just wanted to put on the record, we did have another bench conference that wasn't able to be recorded by the court reporter. we've had some issues with where we're kind of conferencing, that it's harder for her to overhear us or get a device that can pick up our whispering. So there was one bench conference that we held immediately after the juror asked the question about the backpack, to which I think we just agreed that we didn't want to open up the door to allowing recurring jury questions. And so we answered it in the way that we did. Does anyone want to add anything about that bench conference, just for the record, from Mr. Lee?
No.
Okay, Mr. Banks. All right, and I believe the other bench conferences were captured somewhat by the court reporter, but generally just dealing with the logistics of the admission of the traffic stop video, State's Exhibit 48, and everything else has just been purely scheduling. Anything else to add on that, just for the purposes of a complete record?
No, yeah.
Okay, all right, Mr. Lee, let me, yeah, just let me know. And we'll just be in recess for the next 15 or so.
Oh, okay. Oh, they probably out there.
I've been seeing.
I know you have your party. I'm going, she go, you don't want that.
How you
It is, but it was like.
You know, you're in the new.
Just add zero, you just like, raises. No, it was like sort of there's like I think either. There's a director, yeah, it's just but you know, there's like a class, or there's like a class, we just had because of forensics, there's a guy, anyone in that. They have not. Still. I want to. Because you wanna end with a good impression as a
Do you know anybody at?
I know people, they smell like not by
Sarah Edwards.
no, she's
I will stand by. Probably even like emotional, like there's a lot of things. Last year probably the first year.
he said that people in his classes
Yeah, it was one.
careers already, like one was like a FJ, one of the first. No, not the first portrait, so professor.
No, I
That's I might have to.
I
can't.
I could never and talk to her, like, there's just, I'm just working with me. Just like, know how to be, it's like, it's like for, yeah, share something. I mean, I don't know, if I had to work, I would be done. It's called, I just remind figuring out what I said. Yeah, but yeah, I see a lot of burnout, like whatever. Like people that come straight from. Like, like it's just different, very kind of, yeah, also like, undergrad, where you're like, I can't imagine. Yeah, ABA says there's a rule, you know. Which like some schools. So with something like this, we would be yeah, because these, yeah, that's all the people.
I work for Altelis. Nothing here.
Okay, I don't know why I thought. But I
Do
was.
you know who Mr. Lee is?
Yes.
Okay, just see how he's doing just one in that day.
Okay, sure.
My mom's older. I said, oh, I know, so you know.
Were you on the spreadway? Oh, okay. Yeah, Jackie said hello. Sure. Oh, she don't? Oh, okay. No, I gotta go. I'll be right
So it was fine until my mom called and asked us how it went. And I started talking about it and I looked at what I was doing and I'm like, I can't do this anymore. Because I was remembering all the things.
You all right? We got next. So we go ahead and climb. I thought climb was. What's that? Yeah, this shit. We got this shit on the 25th of May. What the fuck? We just got this. Okay. I mean, is there a reason why I waited 5 years instead of the first? Right.
Welcome, no, remain seated.
Are we alive?
We are.
Okay. Glad to hear it.
I don't know if that's on the record.
We'll perfect it later.
I will certainly perfect it.
How much detail do you need?
And I will
Supreme
send-
Court?
I will certainly send him a copy of the transcript.
Mr. Collier.
Oh. I bet, I'm up here.
In the room.
And why don't we go ahead and bring in Detective, or whoever you have next?
Jay Jarvis.
Jay Jarvis. Let's go ahead and just bring him on in.
Want to swear me in now or wait till you?
Oh, no, we're gonna wait.
Have a seat right there.
Good afternoon.
Be you all right?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
I know that's right. We all around there. I'm in the
Be a
back.
rough day on Thursday, right?
Right.
All right, back on the record. Anything we need to take up before bringing the jury back in for the state's next witness?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Banks?
No, Judge.
All right, Deputy, if you could bring them in.
They got more water back
All right, for the jury.
All right, thank you, everybody. State may call its next witness.
State calls Jay Jarvis.
Right hand first. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony by the guilty to this courtroom is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state your first and last name, spell it out, and speak loudly to the mic.
It's Jay Jarvis, Jayjarvis.
And Mr. Jarvis, what is your occupation?
I am currently a forensic scientist with Arma Forensics. It's a private company that I started in 2013.
Okay. And how long have you been a forensic scientist?
I actually began my career in 1979 with the Georgia State Crime Laboratory in Atlanta.
Okay. And what does a forensic scientist do?
Basically, we examine and analyze certain types of physical evidence and then report on our findings in court.
And as part of, is a firearm an example of one of the things you would forensically examine?
Yes, the firearms is one of the subdisciplines of forensic science. There are other subdisciplines like drug identification, toxicology, trace evidence, things like that.
Okay. Do you specialize in any particular field over the other?
I currently just do analysis of evidence relating to shooting investigations.
Okay. And would that include also examining shell casings and projectiles?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And what education do you have that allows you to perform in this capacity?
Okay, I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Georgia College. I received that in 1978. I then went on and received a master's degree in forensic chemistry at the University of Pittsburgh. Following my time at Pittsburgh, I was hired by the State Crime Laboratory here in Atlanta. I worked in the Atlanta area here for about 2 years, and then I was transferred to a regional laboratory located in Macon. And then subsequent to that, later in my career, I transferred to the Northwest Georgia town of Somerville, where they opened a newer facility up there, and I worked there until 2008, and then went back to Macon briefly until I retired in 2011.
And have you testified as an expert witness before regarding firearm science?
Yes, I have.
And how many times would you say you've done that, best guess?
As a firearms examiner, probably somewhere around 600-700 times, something like that.
And out of those times, how many times have you, if any, testified in Fulton County?
I think I've testified in Fulton County over the course of my career, probably about a dozen times.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to tender Jay Jarvis as an expert in firearm science.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Judge.
You may proceed, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. Could you explain to the jury generally how firearms work?
Well, since we're talking about a 9mm here, we'll talk about a 9mm pistol. A semi-automatic pistol is a handgun that has a number of cartridges that are loaded in what's known as a magazine, or some people call it a clip, that typically fits in the grip portion of the gun. The slide, which is under spring tension, is pulled to the rear after a magazine is inserted with live cartridges. Magazine is pulled to the rear under spring tension, and then when the slide is released, it strips one of the cartridges off the top of the magazine and loads it in the chamber. That readies the firing mechanism, so the weapon is ready to be fired at the pull of the trigger. Once the weapon is discharged, the combustion of the gunpowder in the cartridge propels the bullet down the barrel, and the pressure and gases that are created by that also causes the slide to retract to the rear again under the spring tension. When the slide retracts to the rear, a device called the extractor grabs the rim of the cartridge case and pulls it out of the chamber, and a second piece of metal called the ejector kicks the cartridge case out of the chamber. Once the cartridge case has cleared the chamber, the slide then begins to travel forward again under the spring tension, and it strips another cartridge out of the magazine, loads it in the chamber, so it's ready to fire a second time. And this would continue until either you run out of ammunition or the person stops firing.
And when a gun is fired, would that gun leave markings on the bullet, the projectile, and the shell case?
Yes, the inside of the barrel leaves microscopic markings on the bullet as it passes down the barrel, and the firing mechanism, such as the firing pin, the breech face, extractor, and ejector, all can mark the cartridge case in a very characteristic manner that allows it to be identified as being fired by a particular firearm.
And maybe I should have asked this previous, but when I say, can you explain the difference between a projectile and a casing?
Yeah, the projectile, the correct term, is that would be the fired bullet. That is the item that comes out of the end of the barrel and travels toward the intended target. That is what we refer to as the bullet. The cartridge case is the empty shell that is results after the firing, and is, in the case of a semi-automatic, is ejected out of the weapon.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to why you're here. Your agency case number 2023 CR 052502. Were you asked by our office, the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, to conduct any ballistics evidence as it relates to this case?
Yes, I was asked. I was submitted three items. Excuse me. One was a fired 9mm cartridge case. The second was a fired metal jacketed bullet, and the third item was a live 9mm unfired cartridge.
Okay. And did you memorialize those findings in a report?
I did. It's dated May the 29th, 2023.
And I'm approaching the witness with what has been marked as State Exhibit 46. Could you take a second to look at State Exhibit 46 and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do. It's a copy of the report that I issued on this case.
Okay. Does it appear to be altered in any way?
No, it doesn't.
Now, the state seeks to admit State Exhibit 46 into evidence.
No objection. Amen.
I also want to show you what's previously been admitted as State Exhibit 26. And I'm also attending to State Exhibit 49. Please take a moment and look at those and tell me if you recognize those things.
Yes, I do. State's Exhibit 26 is a brown paper bag. It's sealed with evidence tape. It has my laboratory case number as well as my own mark of identification. This was the item that was submitted to me. It was what I designated as item 1. It had the 9mm fired cartridge case.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 49, what is that?
State's Exhibit 49, it's regular manila envelope. It also sealed up with evidence tape. Also bears my laboratory number as well as my own identifying markings. This contains the small plastic box, clear plastic box that contained the metal jacketed bullet that was taken out of the decedent.
Okay. And when you examined both, okay, and Your Honor, the state's tenders State's Exhibit 49 into evidence.
Okay. Admitted.
When you examined the bullet and the shell casings, what were your findings?
Based on my microscopic examination and my experience in looking at these particular items. It was my opinion that both States Exhibit 26, the cartridge case, and States Exhibit 49, the fired bullet, were both consistent with being fired by a Glock 9mm pistol.
And I kind of jumped the gun there. You mentioned microscopic analysis. So is it safe to say that you examined both of these items by putting it under a microscope and looking at it?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Was there anything else involved in that process that I may not know about?
Well, other than, we take detailed notes of each particular item, take photographs, things like that during the analysis, but the physical characteristics of the fired cartridge case, namely the shape of the firing pin impression, indicated to me that it was consistent with being fired by either a Glock pistol or a Smith & Wesson pistol. But after examining the fired bullet, it has rifling characteristics that are only typically found on a Glock 9mm pistol that has polygonal rifling. So the combination of the bullet and the cartridge case leads me to believe that they were both fired by a Glock pistol.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Jarvis.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine, sir.
We met briefly out in the hallway. You call that?
Yes.
Okay. You've been officially retired from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, true?
Yes, that was effective. I remember it very well, June the 1st, 2011.
Well, we certainly appreciate your service to the county. You started back in, was it 1979 with GBI?
79, yes.
Okay.
I don't look that old, do I?
Looking good, looking good. I've got to ask you, your report was prepared on May 23rd or May 29th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And you received the evidence in this case on May 25th of 2023, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Did anybody from this table tell you why they were submitting? Do you have an understanding that the allegations in this case occurred in May of 2018? Did you have that understanding?
If I knew that, I didn't remember it.
Okay. Well, as an expert, I'm going to assume for the purposes, I'm going to ask you to assume that as a fact. Did anybody at this table tell you why they waited 5 years to submit the ballistic evidence for your evaluation and examination?
Objection.
And on what grounds?
It's very relevant.
And how so, Mr. Banks?
It's been an ongoing investigation for 5 years. I mean, I think I can tie it up in summation at some point when we get to the end of this case, but I think it's totally relevant that the DA's office is waiting 5 years to submit evidence for testing 2 weeks before trial.
Right.
That's extremely relevant.
All right, I'll overrule it for now. Well, Mr. Lee, you want to respond?
You mentioned your ruling.
All right, but I'll give you some leeway on that, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Judge. Anybody tell you why they waited so long to give it to you?
No, they didn't.
Okay. And as I understand it, sir, you were aware, or at least we had some conversations about you being aware that at least the City of Atlanta Police Department initially determined that the shell casing recovered from the crime scene was consistent with being fired from a Glock or a Smith & Wesson, true?
That is correct, yes. I would agree with that.
Okay. And so, and what you have been able to do as a result of your analysis is that you have paired the projectile that was recovered from the alleged victim in this case alongside the shell casing that was recovered from the crime scene and put both of those two together. And as a result of that,
you've now made the conclusion that it is fired from a Glock, but those things were fired from a Glock weapon.
Yes, because the Smith and Wesson pistols do not have polygonal rifling in them. So if you make the assumption that the bullet and the cartridge case were from the same shooting, then you can rule out the Smith and Wesson as having fired the cartridge case based on the rifling characteristics of the bullet.
You're certainly familiar as a result of your work with revolvers.
Yes, sir.
And revolvers are firearms that do not eject a shell casing after fire. True?
Yes, they have to be manually ejected. You have to, open the cylinder and manually take them out, which most people do not do at a crime scene. So
sure. Thank you for your time.
And you're direct, Mr. Lee.
Does the knowledge that this shell casing was collected in 2018, does that change your conclusions in any way?
Not at all.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Banks?
I don't have anything, Judge.
Can this witness be excused, Mr. Lee?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jarvis.
Thank
Take
you,
care.
Your Honor.
State may call us next witness.
State call Detective Kyle Klein.
Raise your right hand. Please swear or affirm that the testimony that you're going to give to the courtroom is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Is your first and last name spelled out?
Okay. Kyle Kleinhens, Kyle. Last name is Kleinhenz.
And Detective Kleinhens, how are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. And were you employed in that capacity on May 30th, 2018?
I'm sorry, repeat the date.
May 30th, 2018?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what were your duties at that time?
At that point, I was assigned to the homicide unit with the Atlanta Police Department.
And as what did you specifically do at the homicide unit?
We were responsible for all death investigations, suicides, murders, overdoses, things like that. Any type of death investigation would come through homicide.
Okay. And you would be one of the investigators?
Yes.
Okay.
We would be assigned a case if it was determined to be a criminal homicide.
Okay. And I want to direct your attention to May 30th, 2018. Did you respond to 2423 Martin Luther King Drive?
Yes, I did.
And what county is that located in?
Fulton County.
Okay. And why did you respond there?
We received a call about a male that was shot in the back, lying in the car wash, and he had been transported to the hospital and shortly after was pronounced deceased.
Okay. And please take the jury through your investigation. Just tell them what you observed and what actions you took based on those observations.
So when I got to the crime scene, the victim had already been deceased. but there was a couple of cell phones left on the ground by where where Mr. Torrance collapsed behind the car wash. I also determined that there was video from a nearby Wendy's that captured the shooting on tape. So I got our Homeland Security Teague to begin pulling the video from the Wendy's.
And I'm approaching with Stakes Exhibit 51 and 53. As far, do you recognize Stakes Exhibit 51 and 53?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They are still frames of photographs captured from the Wendy's parking lot on the day of the shooting.
Okay. And at this time, Stakes submits Stakes 51 and 53 into evidence. So good.
Admitted. Is it 51 through 53 or 51 and 53?
51 and 53.
All right.
You may have also may have already mentioned, but it could have slipped my mind. Did you also speak to the family of Mr. Torrance?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was one of the people you spoke to Tanis Williams?
Yes, that's sister of the victim.
Okay. And through your observation, did you or through your investigation, did you also learn that a gray Kia may be involved?
Yes, we're getting several tips throughout the investigation.
Judge, I would object. I mean, can we approach, please?
Well, I mean, I think if the objection is just based on hearsay, I think we can.
Right, but I have a great
Okay.
objection.
All right.
Okay.
Approaching witness was what's been marked as State's Exhibit 40, 41, 40A and 41A. Let's take a moment and review those items and tell me if you recognize them.
Okay. Yes, I recognize these are the records I received from OfferUp.
Okay. And is 40A and 41A just a portion of those records?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Because exhibits 40 and 41, well, do those appear to be fair and accurate records of what you obtained from OfferUp?
Yes.
State seeks to tender State's Exhibit 40, 40A, 41, 41A into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
I will start with State's Exhibit 40, State's Exhibit 40. State's Exhibit 40, when we look at the account information, what are we looking at?
The username is Isaiah Goggins, and then the associated email is justincollier2@aol.com.
And is there an associated phone number there?
Yes, that's the 404-668-2251.
Okay. And just so that we're clear. Blow that up a little bit. So right here on the username, we're saying Isaiah Goggins.
Correct.
And under the email, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. All right, and under the email, that's where you read Justin Collier 2 at AOL.com.
That's correct.
And the phone number is right below the email address in that block there.
That's correct.
When you observe those records, well, actually, let me back up and pull up. And if we look at the kind of information on these records, under username, what does that say?
Joshua Williams, 2101 @gmail.
And the I'm sorry, and the email.
TorranceJoshua@yahoo.com.
Okay. And these were the records. And just so we're clear, we're looking at those records for State Exhibit 41.
41, correct.
Now, when you examined Joshua's records, did you find anything of significance?
Yes, on the day of the shooting, I see Joshua communicating with that username previously discussed. Give me 1 second. Isaiah Coggins that we spoke of before. I see communication between them.
Let's scroll down. And how does what page is that conversation on?
Give me 1 second. Let me look through this exhibit here. I think on now it's at page, it would be 73 on the records I'm looking at here for exhibit 41A.
Now, I'm looking on page 74, the third line down, where it says send date UTC.
Correct.
What does UTC mean?
Universal coordinated time. It's a it doesn't account for time zones. So it's a universal timestamp that you get back with cell phone records and different type of application records. So for these records, you need to subtract 4 hours to get it into Eastern time. So that first line says 12 for, can you meet today? 12:49, that would actually be 8:49.
And so third line down, what time does that say, that third line?
The UTC time would be 12:39, which would be 8:39 a.m.
And who's the senders?
The sender says Brad Williams. If you look at page 2, Brad Williams is the name associated with Joshua Torrance's OfferUp account.
Okay.
So that's the name he used when he registered that account.
And the recipient's first name, we see Isaiah, correct?
Isaiah, which would be the Isaiah Coggins from Justin Collier's OfferUp account.
Okay. And what's the message there?
Which one down? Oh, third one down. Can you meet today?
Okay. And then the next one up, what time is that at? According to the record.
I'm sorry, which one? The one above it? I'm sorry, which one are you pointing to?
I'm sorry. Right here. It's going that way.
It'd be 12:49 UTC.
Okay. So that was 8:49.
8:49 Eastern time.
And what's going on here? Who's sending the message to who now?
Now Isaiah, which is Justin Collier's account, is sending the message to Brad Williams, which is the victim.
And he responds by saying what?
Yes, can you meet today?
Okay. And
Is this exhibit 40 or 41? I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right one.
this is
40. Okay, so Justin Collier, 40.
Oh no, we're still on.
Still on 41? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So scroll down a little bit. Oh, and I'm sorry, I forgot that. Where it says go iPhone Plus. What does that indicate?
That indicates what they were looking to have a transaction about.
Okay. Yeah, wait for that. Scroll up past that. The box is locked in. Okay. So at 12:49, we see some kind of message that what does that say?
Use a map to find locations near you or address to share.
And that sender was actually from the company OfferUp, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so the next message at 12:50 from Brad Williams to Isaiah, who had Justin Collier too in his account, and the phone number 446-668-2251.
That's correct.
Brad, what does Joshua message to Justin?
That's 2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive.
Okay.
Southwest.
And did you subsequently learn where Joshua Torrance lived? What his address was?
Joshua Torrance lives at 2423 Martin Luther King.
Okay. And above that, at 12:50, Brad, who we identified as Joshua, texts Isaiah, who we've identified as Justin. And what does he say?
Can we meet at the Wendy's?
Okay. And the message above that is at 12:50. We have Isaiah saying to Brad Williams again, Justin and to Joshua. What does he say?
Yes, when, question mark.
Okay. And at 12:51, Brad, who was Joshua, Isaiah, who was Joshua, sends Justin a message saying,
what time you want to meet?
Okay. And at 12:51, what's happening?
At 12:51, Isaiah texts Brad through the app, now, if you can.
And then the next message from there.
Brad Williams, which is the victim, text Isaiah Coggins, Justin Collier.
Mr. Lee, I think you may be blocking the jury's
Oh,
view of the
am I doing
exhibit.
What's your phone number?
Okay. And then what's the next message up?
The next message up says I can, which I think is in reference down here. What time can you meet? But then they're confirming the price for $600, right? That's Isaiah to the victim, confirming the price for the selling of the gold iPhone Plus.
Okay. And then how does Brad respond to that? Or Joshua responds to that?
It says, let's see, Brad to Isaiah, yes, but what carrier is with money, not the issue.
Okay.
Then he asks what carrier he's with.
And then what's the next message?
Victim to Mr. Collier has come unlocked so I can put my iCloud and so I can check the IMEI. The IMEI is International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's the cell phone serial number.
And then at 12:50, we're at 12:55, which is 8:55 Eastern time. What's the next message?
Isaiah to Brad, yes, it's completely unlocked. Then victim to Mr. Collier, okay, I'm ready when you ready. Then victim to Isaiah, what's your number? Victim to, or suspect to victim, he gives him a different phone number. He gives a 707-750-2262.
Okay. And then gonna go up to 12:58, which is 8:58.
Correct.
What is Joshua saying to Isaiah?
I just called you.
Okay. And do they communicate anymore via OfferUp?
No.
During these, okay.
No, sir.
Now, you indicated that the phone number on Justin Collier's records was a 404-668-2251.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and you had a name of Justin Collier, correct?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 39 and State's Exhibit 51. At some point, did you run both Justin Collier and Joshua Torrance in a database to find more information?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What is State's Exhibit 39?
39 is a printout of Justin Collier's driver's license with his photograph, phone number, and address.
Okay. And that was information you retrieved yourself, correct?
Yes, I did.
At this time, Your Honor, does that document appear to be altered in any way?
No, it does not.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, the state would seek to admit State's Exhibit 39 into evidence.
No objection. Admitted.
Commission public.
May.
When looking at State's Exhibit 39 on the screen, you see where it says name?
Correct. Yes, I do.
What does it list as a name?
Collier, last name, first name Justin, middle name Chandler.
And the address?
3258 Wyndham Park Lane, Decatur, Georgia, 30034.
Okay. And when you see where it says contact PRI?
Correct.
And what's listed there?
Primary contact phone number 404-668-2251.
Okay. And you can take down State's Exhibit 39. The other one is State's Exhibit, is it 51?
Correct.
Okay. And what is State's Exhibit 51?
It's the driver's license photograph of Joshua Torrance with address, phone number, and photograph.
Okay.
I think it needs to be 5251. Still shots.
Okay, was it? Okay. So we will rename State's Exhibit 51. I believe we created a duplicate. We'll just go ahead and rename it 60.
Well, I think the next one in line is 52.
Is it 52? Okay, we can name it 52. And it states exhibit 52. Is this information that you obtained yourself?
Yes, it is.
And does it appear to be altered in any way?
No.
Now, at this time, the state seeks to admit states exhibit 52 into evidence.
No objection. Admitted.
And looking at states exhibit 52, where it has a name, what does it say?
Torrance Joshua Mizell,
And the address?
2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, apartment 2101.
And where it says contact PRI, what does that list?
404-503-6085.
You can take that down. During the course of your investigation, did you also look into known relatives of Joshua, excuse me, Justin Collier?
Yes.
And when you did that, did you notice anything significant?
Yes, that there was a 2015 Kia registered to, I believe, his mother.
Okay. Showing you what's been previously marked as state exhibit 38. Now I would ask if you recognize state exhibit 38.
Yes, I do.
And what is state's exhibit 38?
It's the vehicle registration for a 2015 Kia Forte, Georgia tag RIM 2128, registered to a Melissa and Christopher Collier.
Okay, and is that information that you pulled yourself?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and does it appear to be altered in any way?
No, it does not.
Yeah, the state seeks to admit state's exhibit 38 into evidence.
Objection.
No objection. Judge.
Admitted.
Publishing state's exhibit 38. And where it says vehicle detail response, when you determined it was a 2015 Kia Forte, was that from the information contained under vehicle detail response?
Yes, it is.
And when you determined who it was registered to, did you get that information from where it says customer ID?
Yes, I did.
And that address that's listed, what's that address?
3258 Windham Park Lane, Decatur, Georgia 30034.
And does it indicate a color for the Kia?
Yes, it does. Gray.
Okay. And the tag number, is that listed right here where it says response based upon one line down?
Yes, the LIC standard license plate, and then it's RIM 2128.
Did you 1 second. I'm approaching with States Exhibit 35 through 37. I'm gonna ask you some questions about it in a second.
Okay. Okay.
Upon seeing the gray Kia registered to Melissa Collier, did you take any further actions to inquire further into that vehicle?
Yes, I did. So the Atlanta Police Department operates a license plate reader system, and we have cameras positioned all over the city, and it captures license plates as people go through various intersections. So I ran the gray Kia tag RIM 2128 through the license plate reader system for the day of May 30th, 2018.
And did you receive information back?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Excuse me. And States Exhibit 35 through 37, you indicated was from the Atlanta Police Video or the system that the city of Atlanta uses to document license plates?
That's correct.
Okay. And does that system capture license plate information at the time that those vehicles drive by the cameras?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And is that information stored in the system and kept in the regular course of business of the Atlanta Police Video Integration Center?
Yes, it does.
And is it the regular practice of the Atlanta Police Video Integration Center to make and maintain information retrieved from the license plate reader cameras?
Yes.
I've shown you exhibits 35 through 37. What are they?
These are photographs of the 2015 gray Kia hitting different intersections on Martin Luther King and other areas throughout the city.
And did you pull that information yourself?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit States Exhibit 35, 36, and 37 in the evidence. No objection.
Admitted.
Permission posed.
Amen.
Scroll down. So States Exhibit 35. Where does it indicate that that camera is hitting off of?
RDA Boulevard, southbound at Westlake.
And what time did that happen?
9:25 a.m. Eastern time.
States Exhibit 36. And where does State's Exhibit 36 have the vehicle passing through?
Traveling, so MLK Junior westbound at Winwood Drive Southwest at 9:26 a.m. And it also gives you, above that for location, it just gives you the lat and long of the camera, the coordinates.
And how far is that camera from the Wendy's?
It's a couple blocks away.
Okay. Just a couple blocks away, you said?
That's correct.
And State's Exhibit 37. And where, State's Exhibit 37, where does that camera show the vehicle passing through?
Martin Luther King Jr. Drive westbound at Winwood Drive Southwest at 10:23 a.m.
And I'm sorry, the date.
May the 30th, 2018.
And that was the same date for State's Exhibit 35 and 36.
That's correct.
And that was the day that Joshua Torrance was killed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you observed the surveillance video?
Yes,
in
I
this
did.
case? Okay. And then do you recall what time the shooting was captured?
10:15.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 42. At some point, did you obtain cell phone records associated with the phone number, the 404-668-2251?
Yes, I did.
And that was the phone number that you saw on Justin Collier's OfferUp records?
That is correct. Same number.
Okay, and that's the same number that was also listed as the primary number on his driver's license application?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you and State's Exhibit 42, are those the cell phone records of Justin Collier?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, y'all, the state will seek to admit State's Exhibit 42 in the evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Admitted.
Oh, no.
So, as far as the account billing number, we see where it says subject number.
Correct.
Okay. And then it, what does it list for, the subject number?
404-668-2251.
Okay. And the account billing address, who does that go to?
Melissa Collier, 3258 Wyndham Park Lane, Decatur, Georgia, 30034.
All right. And then you also receive a set of records and they send it to you via Excel, correct?
That's correct, through the Sprint L site.
And before we talk about what the records obtain, I want to ask you about your education and training you received in the area of cell phone operations and cell phone record analysis. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, I've received approximately 111 hours of cell phone mapping training through 3 different companies. National White Collar Crime Center, a company called ZX, which does cell phone mapping. They have software that maps it for you, and also Hawk Analytics, which is what I mapped these records using. So that was primarily from the years 2016 through 2018.
And prior to analyzing these particular records, have you analyzed other records before?
Yes.
How many records would you say, best guess?
Over 100, going back to 2014.
Okay. Have you ever testified as an expert in cell phone operations and cell phone analysis previously?
I have twice. One, both 2017 murder indictments, State versus Mark Kirkland in Fulton County, and also State versus Jeffries Anderson in DeKalb County.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender Detective Klein hands as an expert in cell phone operations
Cell phone operations
and analysis.
and analysis.
We just briefly.
right, folks, let's say 5. All right, adjourned. All right, I think for the purposes of this agreement, second, you can step out.
Okay. I leave my stuff here.
That's fine.
All right, the issue was raised at conference about Detective Kleinhans not being noticed as an expert witness, and I think we need to flush out exactly the basis of the objection, if there is one, and how best to remedy that. And the first thing I would inquire of Mr. Banks is, I believe there's a distinction between federal obligations and our state obligations, where federal prosecutors do have to give you a list of saying, this is our expert, and here's what we intend a brief summation of what they're going to say. And I don't think that existed in our state discovery rules, but can you direct me where?
Yeah, I think it's,
And I know if there's a report, they have to turn that over, but in terms of saying, these are our experts.
well, if it's, my understanding is if there's any testimony by an expert that is of a scientific nation, they have to reduce it to a report according to, was it 17-16-4 subsection D, I believe it is. And that's off the top of my head. And it talks about expert testimony and expert testimony being in the nature of scientific evidence. And so this is that evidence. When you're starting to talk about typology and sectors and topography, and where a particular phone is located, whether it's in sector 1, 2, or 3, it's very scientific in nature. It's hyper technical, and it requires expert testimony. That is different than just plugging in longitude, latitude coordinates. Anybody can do that, but when you start talking about what sector they're in, and the only reason I noticed it is because one of the demonstratives had kind of one of the sectors. It didn't have like 1 inside the sector or 2 inside the sector or 3 inside the sector, but in the typical presentations on these demonstratives, you have kind of a pie graph, if you will, and it reflects what cell phone where the phone and what sector it's in. And so I've got 2 witnesses, Judge, one of which was, well, let me back up. The indictment.
Well, I think we need to, make sure we're categorizing under what it is we're trying to sort through. So there's the issue of notice.
Sure.
And then 2, there would be the issue of, I guess, qualifications. I don't know if that's exactly what we're getting at. And then 3 would be, what should be the remedy, if any. So let me first start with the qualifications. Is there a concern based on the demonstratives you've been given or your previous interactions with Kleinhans in preparation for this case that you believe the testimony he may be about to give is objectionable based on authenticity or merit?
That is not my concern. So to the extent that.
I guess maybe let me rephrase. Is it relevant and reliable under 702?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't necessarily attest to his qualification. I'm not contesting his qualifications, but at some point in preparation of trial, you're supposed to be given notice. And if there's an expert like GBI, for example, we get a report from GBI. They conduct experiments and evidence and and evaluations, and we get a report on that. And so, because it's scientific in nature, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be getting a report, right? They would just be coming in here and ultimately testifying from the hip. And every defense lawyer on this side of the aisle would be, I mean, playing a guessing game about what if anything they're going to say. So it is about notice to me, right? It's not so much about his qualifications, but at some point, I mean, the state has to follow the rules. And a part of the rules is providing notice of expert testimony. And it's not like federal court where, my years as a law clerk, as a federal law clerk is, you would draft a report and of course you would read word for word the report and not anything else, you know what I mean? And that report was, reduced. It was reduced in writing, memorialized in writing, it was handed over to the other side. I'm not suggesting that the report has to be so detailed as this court has referenced in federal court. However, I've got to have sufficient notice, right? And so that he's even being called as an expert. And so I was told that he was just plugging in longitude, latitudes. I raised this, I believe on Monday, today Tuesday. I'm losing my days, but
yesterday afternoon.
Yesterday afternoon, I raised this as a general objection because I just didn't know what was going to happen. And ultimately, I believe the state in response indicated that he was just plugging in longitude, latitude.
Well, let's find out then. Mr. Lee, do you want to respond to anything that's been said so far? And also, can you give us a proffer of kind of the nature of the testimony as you expect it to proceed?
So, in the reverse, the nature of the testimony would be that he reviewed the records. He saw that Justice number, the 668 number, had called Joshua's number, the one listed in his driver's license, twice, one at 9:58 and one at 10:03. And that he plotted those records using the software he uses. He already indicated he used the cell home information, and that gave him a readout of where the cell phone tower that call hit off of, and it was a cell phone tower near the area of the incident location. So now I know that there's sufficient case law that indicates such testimony as far as, plot and latitude and longitude information isn't expert testimony to begin with, simply saying what number called who, and the and plugging in the associated longitude, latitude information is you don't need an expert to tender that.
So is that what we're doing here?
We're doing that, and the only reason I decided to qualify Detective Kleinhead as an expert was should he get in? I was going to ask him some general questions about how cell phones work. What happens when someone makes a call? So I was going to ask him those kinds of questions just to educate the jury. So that's where the expert opinion portion of the testimony would come from. As far as having to be put on notice, I don't see anywhere in the statutes that require that. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. But what it does require is that if there's a scientific report, that has to be disclosed to the other side. And so what we do have, as far as I would indicate that Detective Kleinhead did provide did do a report in this case. That report was turned over to the defense, and he indicated in that report what the bulk of his testimony would be that Justin Collier called Joshua twice, and during those times, the phone pinged in the area of the homicide. The report does not talk about how cell phones work and that kind of thing. But my argument there would be that that's not a scientific report. It's specialized knowledge. Specialized knowledge. That's not. But it's not a. I wouldn't qualify it as a science. So that would be
So, and turning back to Mr. Banks, so obviously there was something in the discovery to alert you to it, to bring it up yesterday afternoon. What is it that you think was kind of insufficient about the documents that they were provided to you in terms of if that's going to be the basis of his testimony?
Well, if I could just have a minute, Judge. I mean, I guess, so initially, I saw this, and that's what gave me pause. I'm holding this up. I don't have it as an exhibit, but I would imagine that it's going to be some demonstrative exhibit that he's going to be explaining how cell phones work and, all of those other things and factors that go into, pinpointing a phone in a particular sector. I just, it's just starting to shift at some point, Judge. And I mean, if you don't need an expert to plug in longitude, latitudes, why not just have them do that, right? It eliminates the process and of me even objecting, because I do think that, I mean, anybody can plug in longitude, latitudes, but and so I was noticed by it just in conversation with ultimately Mr. Lee. There's nothing about the discovery that I could glean that he was going to be called as an expert. I just got a witness list in another murder case that I'm counsel of record on from this office. And I mean, it has over 235 witnesses, 10 of which are listed as expert witnesses. And, about 4 or 5 of them are listed as, cell phone expert witnesses. And so,
well, I mean, I think there is, again, I mean, let's set aside the issue of like exactly what the discovery statute is requiring here. I mean, I think it's a bit much to say that you had no idea the detective might be testifying as an expert. And that was exactly what the motion in limine was yesterday, is that the detective is going to come in here and maybe an expert. So there was some indication.
Well, I mean, that's 20 plus years of experience as a former prosecutor and ultimately now a defense lawyer, Judge. I mean,
but
that doesn't negate their obligation to provide notice.
I know, but what I'm saying is what you've just told me is that there was no idea that this might come, but there was clearly some idea it might come.
Well, I mean, when you say that there was no idea, I mean, I could put together that someone was going to come and talk about plugging in coordinates, right? But that is different than talking about topography and how cell phones work. And if this cell phone tower is too busy, how ultimately it'll bang off and it'll find the next nearest tower. And so all of that comes into play here. And so all I'm saying, and I'll respect whatever the court's ruling is, I'm just saying that at some point I have to have notice. That notice wasn't provided, and ultimately I would object to tender him as an expert, because I mean, it's not like the state is stripped of doing what they initially said that they were going to do when we had this discussion. The state indicated that they were going to plug in longitude, latitude coordinates. That's what my memory was. And so that, I mean, when I had some notice of it, I mean, it's because of my conversations. Mr. Lee and I have had an open dialogue about this case, and we've been very professional and cordial with one another. And I appreciate the transparency. Having said that, it's not my job to tell them, hey, you didn't provide me notes. And it's not my job to do that. And so I'm here, I didn't get notice, and I would object to him being tendered as a witness. Extra.
All right, and I'm still a bit unclear as to kind of the substance of what, but I mean, it sounds like there will be a lot of just plugging in coordinates, but there may be some testimony about sectors and maybe something about tower overload and that sort of standard testimony. But when it comes to notice and discovery obligations, assuming that there is one, the ultimate inquiry, I think, is what we're supposed to do when we're in the middle of a trial, is determine whether there's prejudice and whether there's bad faith and whether there's some other remedy we can fashion to ensure we're all still on the same page and proceeding as best we can. So to that end, is this something, Mr. Banks, where you would like some time to be able to talk to Detective Kleinheinz about this specifically, about what you think he is going to get into and the extent of it? Because at this point, I think we've covered a lot of ground today. I think we're still very much on track.
On track.
And so if it's something where you think you need an extended time period to talk with him, I think we can take that time.
Okay.
I'm also, without authority or a specific statute you can point to, I'm also not willing to concede that the state did have to exactly say this will be an expert.
Sure.
Because I'll leave it at that. But that may be just more of an academic argument for another day, since what we're talking about now is how do we remedy it even if there is a violation. So is there any reason why you don't think that having time to talk to Detective Kleinheinz would be an adequate remedy?
I can't argue with the court there. If I have sufficient time to talk to him, I'm happy to do that.
All right, so
that would be an adequate remedy.
Do we want to, I think my goal would be to try to allow you to have that time and maybe still try to finish direct today. But I don't know, Mr. Lee, how much more. I know it looked like based on your exhibit list, we're getting towards the end of the tendered exhibits, but was there a substantial amount more of just kind of general question and answer to go over with them, which is perfectly fine. Obviously, I know this is the biggest witness we have to hear today.
Your Honor, no, the substance of what I was gonna be asking about concerned the cell phone records. So all questions are gonna be related to the cell phone records. But I guess I don't wanna.
I'm not foreclosing that. I'm just saying that generally you don't have several other topics of conversation you need to cover with him.
No.
I mean, there'll be wrap-up questions and other things, but we're reaching the tail end of his testimony.
We are.
Okay. Well, then why don't we do that? Why don't we take a break, and then I'll wait for direction from Mr. Banks or Mr. Walker. If you think you need longer than 10, 15 minutes, then we could break for the day. I don't know how long, until you start talking with him, or what the extent of what you need is.
Well, I would imagine that it's going to take about 30 minutes, Judge. I mean, in fairness, and I'm not trying to be an obstructionist and steal the court's. We're on track. I think we're going to finish this case. I know we're taking a break tomorrow. Having said that, we'll be done on.
No, I know we will, and I'm just saying that if this is a kind of a quick inquiry, we might as well use the extra time we have.
I don't think it's a quick inquiry.
Okay.
In fairness to Mr. Collier, when someone is talking about expert testimony, I just don't think that I can say I need 15 minutes to talk to him. It may last 15 minutes, but I don't want to be limited to 15 minutes, if that makes sense. And so,
well, that really wasn't what I wasn't going to try and give you a hard fast. It was more along the lines of, if after 10 to 15 minutes you realize I need more time, then we break for the day. But if not, I'm just trying to save us the option that if it is a quick inquiry, we can still keep going. But if you think it's not worth the hassle, because it's more than likely to be a longer one, then we can just go ahead and call it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a longer one. So.
All right. Okay, so then before we bring the jury back in, let's use this time, and excuse them for the day, let's use this time to also, I imagine, talk about the state's next witness would be Dr. Sullivan.
Yes, Sean.
And is that likely to be the state's final witness?
Yes, Sean.
So let's go ahead and talk about the autopsy photograph then, and see, did y'all have a chance to discuss that? And are there any
Yeah.
Anything new to report on that front?
I've decided, I think the only issue was the photograph of the internal organ. After talking to Dr. Sullivan, she doesn't necessarily need that that photograph to explain her testimony. I believe the standard is, would it help her in any way in explaining her testimony? It would, but she doesn't need it. And so I don't typically introduce internal organs, so it's,
Well, I should clarify,
that big of a
with
deal.
the benefit of being able to look at it a little closer, it looked like all that the old case law of whether it's post or pre-incision and all that is completely irrelevant at this point. And so it's just a classic 403 analysis. And so if you think it's has some bearing on the case and we can get into the weighing of those factors, or if you think that's just really not worth the hassle, we can just move on. So it's your case to prove.
No,
And I just wanted to bring that up, that I don't think it's as clear cut as I might have thought yesterday.
No, it's not it's not a big deal. They won't make or break the case whether or not I introduce a photograph of the lung. So,
Okay.
so I don't have to introduce. That's fine.
All right. And then, so I would anticipate we would finish up with the detective and Dr. Sullivan Thursday morning. Planning ahead, Mr. Banks, would you still be anticipating to elect to take an opening at the conclusion of the state's case?
I think so, Judge. And it will be fairly brief.
And let me ask you about that, because I don't think I've ever actually seen it where it's a reserved opening. And so it's an interesting thing, because openings are supposed to be talking about what we expect the evidence to be.
Right.
But now we would have heard a full day of evidence.
Right.
So to me, it seems there might be a danger of a reserved opening turning into like a closing. So that's what I would just ask us all to be mindful of. And
Sure. I'm not trying to get too close.
yeah, exactly. So we still keep the spirit of an opening intact.
Sure.
Judge, it's been done in Fulton County.
Oh, I know. I just hadn't seen anyone so bold.
I did it in front of Judge Lane.
All right.
Yeah. I saw it on, I saw
There
it
you
on
go.
TV in California and I tried.
No, I've always been there in the statute. I just never saw someone take it up.
Right. Court TV. I saw it on TV and I said, I'm gonna do that in my opening on Monday.
All right. And just for scheduling purposes,
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Before we get off of that.
sure.
My understanding, I started off as a defense lawyer, but my understanding is when you do that, I've done it, is their opening has to be limited to their case, like what they expect their evidence to show. Because if you're not doing that, if you're commenting on the evidence that's already been presented, then that's closing argument.
That's an interesting point. What do you think, Mr. Banks?
Well, I mean, it's just a matter of timing, right? And
Or
so-
phrasing.
Or phrasing, no doubt. I mean, had we done an opening at the very beginning, we would have been able to comment on what we believed the testimony would show and what each witness might testify to. And so I think, I mean, I don't know if Walker's doing the opening or if I'm doing the opening. I haven't been instructed yet. And so whenever I get that instruction, I think either one of us are aware of the rules and can tailor our opening statement to adequately address the state's concern.
Just flagging that, so we don't have a lot of interruptions, because I don't think anyone likes to have their flow interrupted. Mr. Lee.
And just so we're clear, I haven't been provided with a witness list from the defense, so there's somebody testifying that's.
Well, I was getting to that, just to try to plot out Thursday. Assuming one way or another, Mr. Collier makes his decision, are there any additional witnesses that the defense would expect to call?
There would be witnesses from the state's witness list. I mean, they provided witnesses on all of they haven't called all the witnesses, Judge. And so to the extent that there are some witnesses that are identified on the state's witness list, I would seek to call those witnesses.
Or you would reserve the right to call them?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
right now, the question to you, are you planning to call them is different than you may, right? And that's what I'm asking you. Are you, right now, are you planning to call certain witnesses?
I am, Judge.
Okay.
I am. And so I need to ultimately reevaluate that at the close of their case, but I fully expected to start my case and finish my case on Thursday. And so I'm not sure how else to say it other than that.
All right. Well, and then I guess the issue would be, I don't think the state's obligated to have all their witnesses out in the hallway to you. So if you subpoenaed them, then we'll
Right.
see.
Oh, no, 100%.
All right.
100%. Yes.
Okay. We'll also take up the issue of Ms. Jones as well. So again, if y'all would be able to instruct Ms. Jones that she's technically still under subpoena with the ability to be recalled, but solely on that issue of the identification as we decide that, right? Okay. Anything else for today?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's, I guess Kleinhans is out. Y'all can tell him. We'll go and bring in the jury and excuse him for the day.
All rise for the jurors.
All right, thank you, everybody. Please be seated. All right, members of the jury, we have, it's been a very long day, but it's been a very productive one as well. We're at a point now where I think we have covered enough ground. We're very much still on track. And so at this point, we're going to excuse you for the day. As I mentioned before, Wednesday, no one will be here for this case. We'll still, other things will be going on in the courtroom, but you're not expected to be here. We're going to resume the trial Thursday morning at 9 a.m. And again, to be able to stay on track, it's very important that we're trying to start right at 9 a.m. Like I said, we are very much on track to be able to have this case to you, if not Thursday for your deliberations, then certainly by Friday. Two very, very important instructions to keep in mind that you've heard me say many times throughout the, it's only Tuesday, but we'll just say what already feels like a long week, right? Will be, again, do not talk about this case with anyone at all, including your significant other at home, another family member, even amongst yourselves on the way to the parking garage or to the parking lot. The only time we're supposed to start talking about the evidence is when we get back and the case is done and you're in the jury room deliberating. And then the follow-up to that is, of course, no research about this case at all. Anything you learn about this case happens in this courtroom. So with that, thank you again for your patience, and we'll see you Thursday at 9 a.m.
All right, jury.
All right, so Mr. Lee, if you could make the detective available for Mr. Banks, we will be adjourned until Thursday at 9 a.m. ready to go. We'll see you then. Not for you. I just, off script. Yeah.
Scissors.
Right.
I never seen the judge carry all them books before.
You gotta stay strong.
Yeah, 40, so 40 was in a manila envelope. Oh, did I take, oh, is it sitting over there?
So what are we doing, a Dauber hearing or what?
They want to interview you concerning your expertise. And so we have to make you available to talk to them. I'm not sure if we want to do that now or some other time.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm off.
You want to talk to them now?
Can we put him in cuffs?
Damn.
What you say? You know me? How you been doing, man? All right.
Yeah, he did it.
Oh, you was in the screen then?
No, I'm not, it's hard to think.
Oh, you waved it?
These are the
Well, I made some.
I don't have a card or anything.
I ain't going on with that. I mean,
Right, I know it should be.
Did you go down?
No, because I just wanted. We'll leave the gloves here, I guess, for now.
Either way, I don't know.
Here you go. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think I need 30 minutes. I just want to give you a call. Is this, would this be on the record, this interview or not?
Oh, no.
It's not a Dauber hearing? Or-
Yeah.
I mean, 'cause I'm not really, I mean, once I talk to you, I'm not gonna be challenging your expertise. I mean, you had the same stuff that Easter had, that Leon Becker had, and so that's not the crux of my issue. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand exactly where you're going. I mean, and some of the graphs that
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I got you.
I think I have your number.
Yeah, I have my certificates, like all the training on it.
Let me just, can I talk to you maybe around?
Well, because this isn't, we're not in session tomorrow, right?
No.
Okay.
We come back on Thursday.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you feel more comfortable having Mr. Lee there.
We can do it now. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you got someone else on?
I do, because I have a family flying in from Nebraska. And so that's the only issue.
But yeah, that's fine. As long as you're okay with that.
You can keep it.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I can get.
I don't have any problem. I got none.
No worries. Okay.
So,
So what time?
What time?
We'll talk about doing that? 10 a.m.
So, I think that I will be free at 10:30, tomorrow.
Where are we gonna do it?
We can do a video conference,
That's fine.
just telephone.
Yeah, telephone.
And so I'll call you, and you can chime in. Is that cool?
You do it Zoom.
Whatever. No, we're not doing it. I mean, I'm too ugly to be honest.
I don't like the cameras up there right in front of my face.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, I'm like, damn.
Well, there is a delayed reaction when you hook up to the court Zoom, and it will affect your presentation.
I guess what time Thursday?
Thursday gotta be at 9.
Thursday at
9.
9. Yeah.
I had an issue when I was doing.
Why are you getting into the game back?
3 hours.
I think it's gonna be there.
Lots of different parts that skipping around too. But for whatever reason, it would play on this screen, and even that screen from the screen that the judges was watching it on.
Yeah.
It, like the delay between all the different screens eventually got to him and it was just like a frozen screen.
Yeah, jump.
Frozen screen.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, I mean, a part of me, where is the projector? Is there a projector here? Yeah, so I may convert to the projector. Oh, there's no projector in here.
Wait.
Is that it? That's it. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yes. I'll figure out how to operate it, 'cause I think I because it's just easier. It's just that we don't have, is that y'all's screen? Or is that the court screen? Is the Elmo connected to the court screen?
I'll figure it out.
You holding them up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Motherfucker show up, ain't showed up. Ain't showed up my money. Like this. Huh?
He owe you some money, man. I'm just telling you right now. The Collier owe me some money. I'm just saying.
You need to get with him. I'll tell you what.
No, you wanna take it out? Okay, and also. You remember we stipulated for exhibit one?
We can do it, let's just do it with.
Yeah.
When you get
I was gonna do it.
And then,
I don't know how they doing that trial. I was doing one. I was doing
Oh,
one
I'm
year.
surprised you ain't part of
Oh.
the last year.
You know what? I learned my lesson. I had a trial down
Did they
here
try to get you?
in 98.
So are we gonna have an hour again?
But they try to get you down?
Yeah, they did.
Who tried to get you down?
What's up so long?
Yeah.
They were saying that
the game back, the leader.